All right. Happy Tuesday, everybody. The captain's back. I'm back. I missed you yesterday. I'm so sorry that I had to abandon you yesterday and there was no stream. Don't worry, no one's more disappointed than I was about that whole situation. That just made me so sad. Yeah, we got that sweet new intro screen courtesy of our very, the lovely ITC Studios. Woomy made that for me. I know, Woomy, I don't think you're here right now, but thank you so much anyway. Absolutely appreciate you. Incredible pixel artist. Created that nice intro screen for me. I love it. I love it. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We got the whole crew here. It's fabulous. Moon is good morning, my friend. APOC, so nice to see you. Gordienko Games with that code red high. Hello, Gordienko Games. So nice to see you this morning. Trivinox, what a beautiful morning. ITC Studios is here. ITC, thank you so much for that wonderful intro. Did you get to see it? I can put it back up if you didn't see it. It's awesome. It's the best thing since sliced bread, and that's saying a lot because I love me some sliced bread. It's such a beautiful intro screen. Thank you so much, everybody. You gotta follow ITC Studios. It is incredible, the fabulous, the marvelous. If you thought that intro scene was amazing, it was. It's because it was. ITC Studios, I couldn't make that. ITC Studios, give her some love. Hit that heart. I'll wait for you. You in the back. Pay attention. Click that heart. Give Woomy some love, because that intro, that new loading screen. Oh, so good. Woomy, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. My deepest thank you. Yeah. Oh, we got so many people here. Dramulk, so nice to see you this morning. We got MMO Pug. We got Mr. Natural. Unity Coder even. Not Unity Coder even. Unity Coder's here. Always. Racking up those points. But it's so nice to see everybody. I'm so sorry. If I missed anyone, I'm so sorry. I'm just so bad at arenas. How the heck is everybody? I missed all of you yesterday. No one was sadder than me that I wasn't streaming. I know a lot of people were real sad, but I was the saddest. I was the saddest of us all. But yeah, that intro screen, so awesome. ITC, thank you for popping in. Have yourself a beautiful day. I can't wait to chat with you later, cause what an intro screen. Thank you again. So what are we working on? If you missed it, we finished is a strong word, but we got our crafting system working. We made a basic crafting system in 7 days, and it came out quite nice, if I do say so myself. I was really happy with it. You can check it out. We got our blog over here. If you want to check it, all the code's completely open. Got a little blog, but at the end of the day, we ended up with a reasonably decent, look at this. This was the end product here. We have we're able to switch between different types of crafting containers. We have this is our makeshift inventory where you can add items on demand items, right? So we don't really have an inventory yet. This was just in, can we get this to work? And we learned a lot on this project. I learned so much. We learned how to add DLLs, so I can write. Anyone, not just me, but we can write our libraries as pure C# libraries if we want them to be sort of, passable along into different projects. If we don't want them to be Unity dependent, we can do that now. I learned about scriptable objects, which, oh my goodness, I can't believe I wasn't using those before. Those solve so many issues that I had previously related to mono behaviors. It solves like 90% of the challenges that I had previously. So if you're not using scriptable objects, you're a fool. The captain was a fool, folks. And then we explored the UI toolkit, which I think I really like. Mooney says, I usually don't say I like saying this, but told you. Yeah. I was wrong. I had a misinterpretation about how, so someone had, like I said, there was a stream and someone was like, oh, you can use scriptable objects to save your state. And then it was like, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. And then I just assumed I can't use scriptable objects. I want everything to work in WebGL. I did build this. I did get this working with WebGL, no problem. And that's beautiful stuff. It's beautiful. So what are we doing now? What are we doing this week? Well, it's a happy Tuesday, folks. I want to create a grid-based inventory system similar. Dragon says you can do anything you want. The only limit's your imagination. The only limit, your imagination. Diablo inventory. I want to make an inventory that's similar to the original Diablo game. Similar, maybe not identical, where you have a grid-based system and your items can be, items take up not just one slot, but multiple slots potentially. And so you have different shaped items. I'm going to call it a Diablo-inspired grid-based inventory system. Dramux says, the captain making the inventory, I don't like. That said, Dramux, I'm sorry, my friend. It's a good inventory. So what we might do is, but I want to make it semi-customizable. So in the UI, yeah, it's good when you want to limit your players. Potentially. I like the idea. So Dramux, I'm making a dungeon crawler, right? So part of my motivations are this. Making a dungeon crawler, classic dungeon crawler game. And so when items need to be scarce, you got to decide which items do I want to hang on to. Do I want to carry this armor with me? Moody says, you want to limit the player from carrying 5,000 potions, just grind the game out. Exactly. Makes you choose carefully. That's right. Do I want to bring a bunch of stuff with me? Do I need to carry all this gold, or do I need to spend that gold? You got to spend that gold. Spend it. Everyone loves a good grind. Clayman Dev is in the house. Clayman, how are you, my friend? So nice to see you. Mr. Mantrel says, next project, expand with microtransactions. Yeah, pay to carry. That's what I say, pay to carry. Moonit says, Dramlox, you should start streaming then. The stream grind is crazy. That's true. Clayman, how the heck are you, my friend? It is going fabulously well here for me. It's a beautiful morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm so happy you are here, my friend. Anyone doesn't know, Clayman is an epic indie game developer working on a 3D physics-based superhero game, epic game here. If you're not following Clayman Dev,
whoa.
That's right, whoa. If you're not following Clayman Dev, you better give him a follow. Click that little heart, show him some love. Show the Clayman some love, and then click that link. Scroll down, add that to your wish list, because you're gonna want to get June 2023. That's coming out soon. That's like 4 months away. It's not that long, and you're gonna want to be there. Be there or be a square. No one wants to be a square. You want to be an epic hero. Don't be a square, be an epic hero. Laymans, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. So nice to see you this morning. Happy Tuesday. How the heck are you, Clayman? How are you? It sounds like you're making some great progress on your game. I saw on your Discord. Okay. But yeah, that's sort of what I want, is a Diablo-inspired inventory system. But I want to do it, so I was reading about UI Toolkit, and you can do templates. And so I want to see if we can make it so that the inventory system, if it's not too hard to make additional inventories, or something along the lines of, what if you could find like a backpack, right? And so maybe a backpack takes up 6 slots, but you open it and that provides you with, another, 20 slots, something like that. I think that would be really interesting to see if we could do that. So we only have 5 days. So unfortunately, I can't stream on Friday. So we've got 5 days to do this one. I'm gonna try and get it done in a week again. I don't know if we can. That's gonna be my shortest project yet. My last break wasn't 75 minutes. Go quiet, you break timer. I need to get that a little bit Thank you, Moonness. I think you can. Oh, I must not have it set up for. I thought I had it set up so mods could do it. I'll double check that. All right. So what do we got to do today? What are our goals? They define our learning goals and the scope document. So our learning goals and our scope document. Set up the libraries. So our libraries, our Unity project, and our dependencies, and then maybe start interface definitions. I'm hoping we can get this done today. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. But thank you all so much for being here with me this morning. So nice to have the crew with us on this beautiful Tuesday morning. That bean water is good. That bean water is good. Real quick, Drama says easy type make Diablo inventory now. All done. All done. That's right. Make Diablo inventory in Unity and C#. That's what we got to type in there. I did so. Just a quick check. How many people in the chat? So it looks like we have 10 people here. I'm just curious. How many people in the chat actually have? So I played it. Let's see. Bean water. I added some Captain Coder emotes using Better TTV, BTTV. How many people actually use it? I'm curious. Yeah, so I'm curious how many people did. So we got bean water and we have dark fuel. Dark fuel. Those are the ones that we have. Bean water and dark fuel. How many? So I see them, but how many people? Maybe a better question is how many people aren't using those, or does it matter? Because they do show up on the stream. We have names from yeah. We got bean water and dark fuel. Those are the names of the coffee cups. That's right. Bean water and dark fuel, my friends. All right, but we're gonna go into our design document here. We're gonna see if we can define some learning goals here. Most people watching Twitch have either FFZ or BTTV, I assume. Yeah, I didn't have that until yesterday. so I try not to assume too much because I'm not, I'm a simpleton. So for the longest time, I didn't know what the weird words that people were typing in the chat were. I was going, what is that? And then in Firebot, they get rendered as emotes. And I was going, oh, that must be something I don't know what's going on. So anyway, we got them now. But we're gonna go to our doc cam, folks. MMO pug, I don't have either. I must be too old. That's how I felt. I was like, I don't know. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn, folks. All right. So we're gonna do a grid-based inventory. All right, so grid-based inventory, folks. That's what we're gonna try to do. And so the idea is, what are our learning goals? By doing this project, what do I hope to learn? Learning goals. The big one I want to learn is I want to do more with the practice and expand. How's the is this blurry? I can't tell. Is this blurry on screen or is this legible? I mean, and my writing's bad already, so any sort of blur makes it that much worse. Practice and expand UI toolkit knowledge. So I don't know if that one counts as a learning goal as much as I would like to practice that some more. Toolkit knowledge. And then in addition to that, learn. So this is part of Learn UI Toolkit. Learn how to make UXML templates. So you can make templates that can be used. So I was reading about this. You can make templates using the UI toolkit. UXML is the language to define it. So you can make templates using UXML. All right. So my goal is to make a grid template that I can pop into different places. And it seems that you can parameterize these. So you can parameterize them. And I'm not sure if you can use that to dynamically change things about it, but it looks like you can add properties. So that's one of the things I want to learn about. Is that, and then also exploring, you explore USF variables. So you can define variables in the style sheet, similar to Sass. I don't know if you've used Sass. So we have CSS, which doesn't have variables, but we have like Sass, which is like an extended version of CSS. And so it looks like you can do customized variables in the Unity style sheet. So that looks pretty cool. So I was reading about that. So I want to explore that a bit. So basically this project is me wanting to learn more about the UI toolkit in Unity. Learn about and practice all the new things that I learned, and expand upon them. So those are my learning goals for this project. Tangentially, I learned in tangentially, Unity 2022 supports .NET 4. So we can which is C#9. So Unity 2022, you can actually use C#9 features. So I'm going to turn those on just to see what they're like. Apparently it does make the build bigger, and so I don't know how I feel about that. So I was going to see if we could turn it on and off and compare the build sizes at the end. This is like a super side goal. This is not a learning goal. That's sort of a side goal. Like, hey, there's a thing we can turn on. I'm curious how that works. But this would give us access to plain record types, not record structs. But basic record types, which is a thing I really like, as well as like expanded library, but I'm not using much beyond. I don't think I'll be using any of the really fancy features. And records can't be serialized in .NET 4, so that's a thing that we'll have to cross that road when we get there, because they're immutable types. So Unity's serialization system cannot serialize immutable things. You need to be able to read and write to that data to serialize. Okay, so that's our learning goals. So scope. So what is the scope of inventory system version 0? All right, so we're doing our inventory system version 0. What's the scope of it? The scope, let me think here. Yeah, so how much time do we have? 5 days. I'm gonna go with 2 hours a day, so I'm gonna say 10 hours. I know the last project I said 10 hours. And I think it was closer to 15 of like coding hours. So we're gonna say 10 hours. What can I get done in 10 hours? So items, we need an item definition. Items need eyes, which is sort of width and height. So we're gonna have to define an item type that has width and height. Okay. I also want to have an inventory. So inventory grid type. Inventory. So we have to be able to define items that have a size. That's not too hard. Inventory grid needs width and height. And needs to store, needs to know width and height and know where items are within. So we need to be able to move items about inside of it. All right, so you'll have a grid system where we have, again, Diablo inspired, so I don't have to be too descriptive here. but you'll have things like, you know, maybe have a chest piece here. Don't judge. This is supposed to be a like armor. And you might have a ring, and you might have a potion. You might have a dagger. So different items take up different amounts of space. You might have a shield, right? And so the player needs to be able to move those things around inside the grid to organize them in the inventory. All right, so that's the basic goals here, is to build this system. I think we can do that in 10 hours. I don't think that's a crazy thing to accomplish. I'm not going to add rotation to items, Dramos. That's a really cool. Let's add in a bonus goals. I think that's a really cool idea, actually. I wasn't planning on it, but I actually really like that idea. So I'm going to add as a bonus. Sorry, this is the scope. This is our scope. I want to keep it as simple as possible. And then let me create a list of bonuses. Can I scroll down here? I can. Okay. So let's go with bonuses. All right, here's our scope. Wow, there it goes. This is the base scope. If I get this done, I'll be quite happy. Bonus goals. All right, so if I get this done in 5 days, I think this is super doable in 10 hours. That said, I have to implement all of the logic for this stuff. I'm planning to do it separately. So I implement the logic separately and then move it in there. Yeah, so if you want people to optimize space, you could do it where you could rotate. I'm not super worried about that. That feels particularly a little bit extra painful. Bonus goal, add equipment slots. All right, so add equipment slots that are not dependent on size, but check the items for tags. All right, so I think it'd be cool to have equipment slots. Smab says, looks like I only get to catch day ones lately. Oh, I'm so sorry, Smab. We've missed you. That said, we do happen to have a blog. I don't know if you saw last time, but I started a blog because I know not everyone can catch all of them. Let me turn my dock camera off here. So I did document what we had last time. So I did put a little blog entry on each day so people can catch the progress without having to watch the whole video, but get a little summary. What I should say, get a poorly written summary of everything that we accomplished on each one of those days, as well as linking. I tag each day's source code so you can see the code progression as well. So if you're interested, feel free to check that out. You don't have to, obviously. I think you know that, Smab. You don't have to, but if you want to check it out, you can. Awesome. Smab, thank you. I appreciate your support so much, my friend. You've been here since the beginning, and so like I appreciate you so much, Smab. Thank you for popping in. It's so nice to see your name when you're able to make it. But yeah, we're doing a Diablo-inspired RPG here. And thank you so much for all your help, Smab, getting the .NET stuff working. I don't think I could have done that quite right without you. I would have given up too quickly. Moon says, I don't think I've played one game where you can rotate items. Stuff would look so weird upside down. Yeah. So I haven't played one where you can rotate. I think that's a cool idea. You know, because what about item weight? Although it's annoying if you can't carry enough. I think I'm going to leave item weight out of this. So the grid-based inventory management, I think, is enough for that. Item weight would definitely be a nice bonus to add in there. I'll put it as like a bonus goal. This is the first one I want to do here. Weights sound interesting. I'm gonna add that in though. So, but the first one is get equipment slot workings. And my second bonus goal is to, and I'm not going to get this far. I already know it. But we might end up making a version 2 next week, the week after this one. Add equipment slots that are not dependent on size, but check the item tags. So you'd have like chest, arms, two-handed, that sort of thing. And so that would again let you equip things in that way. But we'd add a tag type to our interface, and you could choose to either turn it on or off. Add equipment slots that are not dependent. Okay, so then add bags / containers. All right, so one of the ideas is you can add bags or containers. Smab says, I always like circular inventory UIs rather than rectangular grids. Could you give an example, Smab? I'm not familiar with a circular inventory UI. Or I may be, and I just don't recall one. But could you send a link? I'd love to see what you mean. And we got, I'm sorry I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Is it Ikarihan? Let me know how to pronounce it. I'm so sorry if I got it wrong. This is a Remarkable 2. So this device, and you can see the name of it right here, is a Remarkable. See it right there next to my stain. I'm not sure what that's in. It's probably coffee. But it's a Remarkable. It's a really, really cool device. It's drawing only. It's a little bit too expensive, I'd say, for the price for what most people. So add bags and containers. Right click. Click. So the idea of this would be exploring how do I make dynamic windows pop up that are not predefined. Right click to open and get additional space. So you could have a bag that takes up, like I said, a bag that takes up a single square, and you right click it and it opens up to an additional inventory space. So these are the 2 initial bonus goals I have. I really liked your bonus goal, Dramulks. So I'm gonna add that in there. Rotate items / item orientation. So we could make it so Moon is one thing. It's like not full rotations, but items could have different orientations, and then it just sort of rotates between the 2. So like you wouldn't end up with an upside down sword in your inventory. Instead, the sword would have 2 orientations, had vertical and horizontal. I don't think that'd be crazy to implement. And then depending on the pieces, you basically have a vertical and a horizontal because they're rectangular. And then square pieces, you don't have any rotation on them. I think that wouldn't be that insane to add, and I kind of like the idea for inventory management purposes. Although if you have enough single square things, it doesn't matter that much. So rotate items, and then what was the other one? Oh, we got some follows, folks. Ikarihan, welcome to the crew. Ikarihan, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coda's Academy, where we learn and code and grow. I thank you for becoming one of us today, my friend. Ikarihan, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Woosah goes, oh no, here come the songs. We also got Elrilda, I welcome you today. Because you clicked that follow button, I have to say yay. Elrilda, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'd like to say welcome, my friend. Elrilda, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Good morning from me to you. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So happy that you are here today, my friends. This is Captain Coda's Academy. I'm a computer science educator, computer science teacher. I teach programming. And this stream is you know, it's where we're learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. So if you see something, say something. All right, let's get caught up on that chat. I'm so sorry I missed some stuff. Woosa says, hi, Captain. Woosa, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Tuesday. How the heck are you on this beautiful Tuesday, my friend? How are you? Smab sent us a link here. One sec. Solus inventory system. I'm really curious what this looks like. Can I get this to open? Can I get this to open? Maybe I can. Tuba, welcome to lurk mode, my friend. Oh, so like a radial menu. Gotcha. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, these are really cool. This would be a fun system to implement as well. I understand what you meant now by circular. I think this is often called radial inventory, radial menus. Yeah, these are great on mobile. Not mobile, sorry, console. On console-based games, these are super nice. And also, I mean, they're not bad on anything else, but on console, this is like a must-have. Yeah, these are awesome. Thank you for sharing this. This adds an idea to me. I'm like, oh, and it adds an idea to me. It adds an idea to my mind on, oh, that'd be a great thing to look at doing next. Thank you for sharing. But yeah, I'm going for, I have no original ideas, so I'm going for something. Not that the radio menu would be an original idea, but this is sort of I want to go for classic fill. I'm going for a classic fill here. Someone did ask me about doing an inventory system, and so that's sort of what we're focusing on here. Smab, thank you so much for that, my friend. All right, so let's hop back to our doc here. So we had rotate, and then Unity Coder suggested items with weight. Plus encumbrance and weight limit. So this one is actually not crazy hard to add a weight to items, but I think this adds a whole aspect to sort of like the player inventory, like menu stuff. I don't know if this is that hard to implement. Who says it's Captain? I have good and bad news for you. All right, so give us the bad news first, so then we can listen to the good news afterwards. All right, so I think this is our design goals for this. This is the scope of what we want. So I want the scope's very small because we only got 5 days here. And our learning goals, and again, our learning goals is sort of one thing. It's learn more about the UI, the new Unity UI system. Play around with it some more, explore stuff. So that's sort of what I'm going for with that. Wusa says the good one, I'm sick and I'm off work the whole week. The bad news, you might have me on your channel all week. Wusa, you got the good news and the bad news mixed up. The bad news is you're sick. I'm so sorry you're sick. How is that good news? Who wants to be sick? The good news is you get, I might have you on my channel all week. That's exciting, my friend. I am so excited that you might be here all week because I love having you here. You're so much fun to be around, and you're always welcome here, my friend. Remember, you are always welcome here. All right, let's turn that doc cam off. Dramulks and Unity Coder. Dramulks, for your contributions to the bonus goals. I really like that rotation idea. And Unity Coder for your weight idea. I think that's great too. 50 points to both of you, my friends. Thank you so much for those contributions. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And boom, we did it. We got a good, we made sure to do an easy one first. Made sure to do an easy one first. Moon is not quite there yet. Almost. But we're going to add, we crossed this one off our list though. We defined our learning goals, got ourselves a scope document for this project, and we're good to go. That means we can start setting up the project. And for being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks, you know what? Since you are here to be here to witness our goals, 50 points to all of you. 21 people, that blows my mind. I gotta say happy Tuesday to all of you. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are on this fantastic learning journey. I appreciate all of you. All right, so now we want to set up our libs and Unity project dependencies, and I'm getting much better at these. I'm getting much better at getting that setup done. So I'm really happy. So ahead of time, I did a little bit of work ahead of time. So I created a repository. I cloned the project. I created a Unity. I'm doing 2020. There was a release, so I'm doing 2022.2.9. I was on 0.8 on the last project, so we upgraded to the new one. And one thing I want to do, I believe this is in our, let's see, framework. Is it in the framework? Other settings. Hang on. On this project, I want to play with this. All right, so you can use .NET Framework, which is .NET 4. So you can set this to be .NET 4. So we're going to play with that this time, and I'm going to see how I feel about it. Or maybe I should do it on .NET 2.1 and then switch it to .NET Framework at the end. So let me show you why I like this. It's because of the record types. You guys know I'm obsessed with the new fancy C# features. All right, but you can set that it's compiling. Let that compile for a moment. And then I should be able to use record types. There's one little thing I'm gonna have to do to use record types, because record types I think are actually introduced in C#5. Is that right? There's something about them that you have to do. Hang on, we're gonna let this build. We're gonna create a scripts folder. I believe in you, Unity, you can build. You can build, you can build, you can build. All right, so in this case, we have, it's gonna be our Captain Coder folder. And this is gonna be our inventory grid. What should I call it? What should the namespace be? So I have Captain Coder dot, it should probably be like .game engine or something at this point, but Captain Coder dot inventory. And then the inventory system is like, we have like a grid based system, but this is where I'm going to create my assembly. All right, so we're going to create an assembly definition here. This is going to be our Captain Coder dot inventory dot Unity engine. So all of my Unity specific stuff will go here, and then I'm going to write my non-Unity specific stuff as a DLL separately, because I've learned how to do that, and I think that's awesome, and I prefer to keep that code separate and then use the DLL instead for a number of reasons. Convenience might not be the best one. It might not be actually convenient. It's convenient to be able to drop it into different projects. Oh, one thing I missed on my learning goals, my scope document, is I kind of want to see if we can add our crafting system into this at the end as well. When it says, I am so confused about the .NET framework part, isn't that basically only for legacy code or wanting to use legacy code? No, that's the new one. That's new. This is new in... So this switches it so you have access. This is newer than .NET Standard 2.1. .NET Framework is newer. This is saying .NET 4. I believe that's true. .NET Framework. Yeah, .NET Framework versus .NET Standard. I disagree. Yeah, but .NET 4 is .NET Framework 4. We'll find out in just a moment. Oh, .NET Framework is legacy. Okay, so how do I get the .NET 4 option here? So thank you for pointing that out to me. Gotcha. How do I get .NET 4 here then? Moon says, but .NET 4 is .NET Framework 4. .NET Framework is before core. Yeah, framework is legacy and bound to Windows platform. There is no .NET 4 Core. So here's the thing. Let me look. .NET 4 Unity. So how do I do this then? Oh, API. Am I just in the wrong spot? API compatibility. Yeah. So why don't I have the .NET 4X option here? To enable, take the following settings in projects, players, other settings. Under the configuration API, and select .NET Framework. You'll be prompted to restart Unity. So I don't know. Smab says .NET Standard 2.1 is the latest cross-platform package version. All right, well, I guess I'll leave it then. This profile provides access to the latest .NET. So here's why I'm confused. This profile matches standard and .NET Standard 2.1 for project. It's smaller than .NET 4, which is advantageous. I don't know. Ikara Hand says, this is the fault of Steve Ballmer. After .NET Core 3.x, they went to .NET 5 after this because .NET 4 is .NET Framework 4. Are we sure that if I select .NET 4, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna do .NET Framework here just for now, and see if I can use record types. That's the whole reason I'm planning to do is I want to be able to use record types here. Unicur says in Unity 2021.2 .NET 4.x API was renamed to .NET Framework. Yeah. So this is .NET Framework 4. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that this will allow me to use record types in Unity. We're gonna give this a shot. We're gonna give it a shot. It might just be poorly named. Let's say that. It might just be poorly named. That said, there's not a whole lot of good reasons to use record types in Unity because you can't serialize them anyway. But we're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot here. I'm going to create a root namespace here, which is captaincoder.inventory.unityengine, like this. Checks party with the raid. Let's cancel that. One sec. We got a raid here. Whoa, that's right. Checks party. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome aboard. Welcome back to the crew, my friend. So happy to have you here. Snaps, all these people, Snaps says record type is about the language version, not the .NET version. Should definitely use .NET 2.1, not framework. Are you sure that it's... So this provides access to the latest .NET API. It includes all the core... All right, well, we'll try it. We'll try something. I'm going to try a record type, and we're going to switch back to it. Checks party, I appreciate you so much, my friend. How was your stream? How did things go over on your end? Exactly, Smab. This was a problem with the naming things that they did. They should continue calling it core and not go back to .NET. Let me look at I think they changed the language when you... All right. We got to figure this out. Well, this is why I have you guys here, because I'm not smart enough. I'm not smart enough to know this stuff. All right, one second. If I put it on this, and then I go look at my solution file. Checks party says my stream was awesome. It was. I caught about an hour of it before I started. Latest .NET is 7 or 8 in preview. Yes, I knew that. That said, I think that uses .NET 4. Although, all right, so I'm curious here. If I select that, lettuce come look. Lettuce, I don't know why. Every time I say lettuce, I want to say and tomatoes. This is also incorrect. In our grid-based project, where is my... It doesn't show up here. These are hidden. All right. Grid-based inventory project, LSS. Where are my solution files? Where don't I get solution files here? Sim UFC, Sim UFC, thank you for following. I'm sorry, my voice isn't better. Sim UFC, I want to thank you for following. Welcome to the crew, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm gonna go ahead and thank you so much, folks. All right, so I switched it back to .NET 2.1. .NET 2.1. I'm gonna see if I can use record types here. What I wanted to do, hang on. All right, so we put it on .NET Standard 2.1 here. Let me create a script just so I can get these project files to generate. The project files aren't generating. Why do I not see my project files here? I should have all sorts of project files here. There's no solutions. Yes, let's add these. Do I have to regenerate them? Oh, you know what's going on? I haven't added support. That's what it is. I haven't added in the support package manager. With this one, I have to add the VS Code thing. That's what's going on. VS, so it hasn't actually generated VS Code editor. All right, so VS Code, I had to install that. Smab says it supports. Talking about it. Has it support .NET 7? Yeah, .NET Standard 2.1 is the current, which is the standard 2.1, not .NET 2.1. Yes, it's .NET Standard 2.1. The common parts. It doesn't include things like, it doesn't include all the cool new fancy features of .NET 7, which are like all the libraries. So immutable stuff isn't available in it. Priority queues aren't available in it. But that is, you're right, Smab, that it is a language feature. The records are a language feature. Let's see here. Let's come in here. Let's regenerate our project files. And now, okay, so now I have this. Okay, so it's on language 9, so it doesn't care. Let's look at target platform. That's funny. Any CPU. Target framework version 4.7.1. So it doesn't matter. Even with that 2.1 selected, it's still doing this. So it looks like that doesn't matter that much. Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna see if I can use a record type. Can I use a record type here? Let's open this up. Let's create a thing. I wish I could, Smab. This file gets every time. So if I change this file, watch. Every time you make a change to your code, this file gets regenerated. It's really, really annoying. Float x equals 0. Watch. Come back here and Unity's like, nope. I'm gonna rewrite this file for you every single time anything changes. Don't touch this file. I got you covered. So that file actually gets regenerated by Unity. It should. It doesn't work with that way in Unity. You are technically scripting in C#. Yeah, so it ends up rewriting this file. That said, that would be interesting. I think it didn't rewrite this file. I'm gonna play it safe and not touch this file. I'm gonna play it. So sorry if I missed some chat there. If I missed anything, well, to make this clear, there is nothing called .NET 4. It's 4.x. .NET Framework 4.x is what it should be. So I apologize for calling it .NET 4. .NET 5, .NET 6 is like the 6. .NET 6 is the new long-term one. Nameless Coder, hello, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. How are you? But I want to see if I can do a record type. All right. So I really inside of this namespace, I want to do something like public record foobar int x. I want to do this. Naming rule violation. This would begin. Okay. Name bar x. Naming violation. Predefined system. All right. So now I have to do the following. Ikarihan says C# is a compilable language, Moonness. That's true. It compiles to .NET bytecodes. That's true. So to use records, you need to have, so there's this thing in .NET 5 that's defined, so when it goes to compile, it just looks for this thing. And this is so interesting that you do this. You do this. So over here we would create a script, create a new script. Let's delete that. I want to just copy this file, is external. All right. And this feels like the weirdest thing in the world to me. All right. But it says, I know, but the Unity implementation, so if you write scripts that Unity compiles, you can't really change anything regardless of the project settings. It ends up, from what I understand, rewriting. All right, so let me reload this. Reload. I'm super curious if I can do record types and see in Unity. They're not, so one thing to keep in mind is they're immutable. A Git repository is found in the parent. Would you like to use it? Yes. Okay. And so Git repositories were found in the parent. Would you like to open these repositories? Yes. Okay. Check says, you trying to get more updated version of C#? I'm lost. So in Unity 2022, you can use records, and maybe you could use them in 2021. I just didn't realize it, but we should be able to use record types, which is just a nice feature to have. So doing this, so this is equivalent of public class foobar class. I'm not going to do the full thing like this, and then public foobar class int x, and then public int x like this, and x equals x. And then this also gets you, it also would implement these for you. All right, so this line of code here, this 24, is shorthand for this. So it gets rid of a lot of your boilerplate if you're using immutable classes. There's not a record struct in C#9, but it's also nice there. So checks party, that's what we're doing. This is C#9 syntax. This is C#9, a language feature that gets essentially compiled into this code. And then you don't have to manually implement your equals and hash codes. Did that kind of answer your question, checks party? Yeah. So this is something that I've been grumpy about in Unity since I started using it. I was like, the language is so far behind. That said, this is a immutable field. You cannot. This will not work for you can't serialize this class because Unity requires you to have serialized. You can't use Unity's serialization system to serialize this because this is just a getter. Unity requires you to be able to set that data as well to serialize it. So doing this will not make it so that you can serialize that type. So that's a downside of that. All right, so but I have been going through the C# in a nutshell book. I've been reading through that, and there are some things you can do to make it work. But if you just want some simple types like this is super nice. Ikarihan says Java will get the record keyword, but it didn't check the implementation. I don't quite understand that what you're referring to. Can you explain a little bit more or send a link? Don't try and send a link. It actually won't let you send a link. Let me do it here. If you're going to send a link, one sec. Ilkar, how is your name has too many, my keyboard can't figure out those letters. One sec. If you want to send a link, you can now. All right. I don't kind of understand what you're saying though. Java will get the record keyword, but it didn't check the implementation. That's true. It is a compilable language. Are you Ilkarahan? Wrong message. Gotcha. I was like, that was interesting. You said that before. Are you a bot? No. Now I know. The record keyword in Java. So we are not, I know, I was like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Is this a really smart C# bot? Java 14 record keyword. I haven't used Java since, so I was stuck on Java 6 at the job I was at for a long time. When we upgraded to 8, it was fabulous. Java private final record. So Java entered passing immutable data between classes prior to the required the creation of a class with boilerplate. Oh, so Java implemented a record keyword as well. We're on a much later version. Oh, cool. So you could do this in Java now. That's nice. I think this is like an awesome, it's a very functional programming thing to have. Thank you so much for sharing. I did not know that. And for your contributions, my friend, 50 points to you. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. It's always great to learn new things. No problem, Ikari-han. Okay, so all right, so I was wrong. Look at me, I was wrong. You don't need to do that. I do think it, so I'm gonna continue arguing that if I did select .NET Framework, that is giving you more features than .NET Standard 2.1. Based on what I've read in the documentation, I believe that's going to give you access to more features of .NET than the .NET Standard 2.1. That said, I would need to verify it. I believe it's switching up so you're using the features and libraries only on Windows, Smab says. This profile access to .NET Framework, it includes all of the code available in .NET Framework classes and supports .NET Standard as well. Use the .NET if your project requires the API there. Are we sure it's Windows only? I believe you, but wouldn't it run on like mono? So Smab, I think you are right that .NET doesn't run on the other platforms in those older versions, but you have things like Mono, which can do those things. I think you're correct. I understand now what you're saying. Absolutely. Yes, you are right. Only on Windows, because those libs, those libraries aren't available on other platforms without installing something like Mono and having alternative DLLs for different platforms. Yes. Moona says, yes, .NET Framework gives you more features, but you will also be limited to certain platforms like Windows, or require, all right, anyway, moving forward, now we know. Nameless Critic says, what does the API compatibility do? It's just changing which you want it on .NET Standard 2.1 for the most part. I was thinking I needed to switch to this to get to the C# 9 features, but I'm wrong. It lets you switch, and here's the link. If you want to understand more in detail and read what Unity says about it, here's the link to that. It gives you access to some additional libraries that you wouldn't otherwise have. And the example they give us is this HTTP client reference, .NET, which is available in .NET 4, .NET Framework 4.x, .NET Framework 4.x. I keep saying .NET 4, and I shouldn't say that. .NET Framework 4.x has additional libraries, but you are right; they are dependent on your platform at that point. The standard is doesn't care about the platform. All right. Mooniz says Unity called it .NET 4, which is ridiculous bad from their side. To give them let's give them a small piece of credit. A small piece of credit is that they did change it to .NET Framework. They realized, oh, that was a dumb thing to do. Let's fix that. And so you're right. It was bad on their part, and now it's bad on my part for repeating that error. So I apologize for repeating that error. Nameless Coder, I hope that helped. Moon is they changed it after 2 years of complaints. Perfect. Okay, cool. So we can use records in our Unity project if we need to. And so that's all I really cared about. That's what I was wondering. The one thing you have to do is have this silly thing, and make this an internal thing. There needs to be an internal class called is external init because it gets imported somewhere during the compilation process, but it doesn't actually use the body of it. Ikari Han says net standard can have some limitations than .NET framework. Yes, so it doesn't have all the same libraries that are available. Smap says naming's hard, but not this hard. They just screwed it up. Yeah, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. That said, their .NET has had a history of naming things very, very strange. So it's like .NET standard, .NET framework, and now just .NET. For .NET 6 and 5, 6, and 7 are just .NET 5, 6, and 7, which has replaced framework. But I think that's because now the virtual machine is cross-platform, from what I understand. Or they have a virtual machine for different platforms, not just Windows at this point. And that's why it's .NET and not .NET framework or .NET 7. Anyway, I'm rambling here. I'm a rambler. We got this here. So I set up I'm going to delete that script. I have my assembly set up here. All right, so I have my assembly set up here. I want to use my Captain Coder core. And so I have in this project, added my submodule to my Captain Coder core here. So Captain Coder core CD, why would you do this to me? CD Captain Coder core. I've added a reference to this. This is where I want to define all my dependencies and libraries and stuff. And I'm gonna put together a build script, code build. And this build script is going to build my core library. So this isn't in the submodule, this is in the parent module. It builds this and it's gonna add those DLLs in the proper place inside of my project. So I'm gonna create a folder in my assets, plugins. All right, and I'm gonna create a Captain Coder, and that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna create a Captain Coder folder in here, Captain Coder. And so all of my Captain Coder external DLLs are gonna be dropped in here. Okay, so right now I have very few extra things in my Captain Coder core, but we defined position like this. And this is complaining because I haven't defined documentation for these things yet. So I'll have to fix that at some point, but it's gonna build out these things when I compile it. So position is the immutable, the read-only version of the struct. And then I had to make this mutable position in the last project because I wanted to use it in the editor. And I just made it so mutable positions can quote freeze to be normal positions. So they should work in the same spot, and they implicitly cast. Mutable positions get implicitly cast to positions if they're used in their place. So that's just a nice little convenience thing. So I want to use this. I'm not going to use my crafting system on this one yet. If I get to a point where I have a working inventory, I think I would like to. But we're going to add in my inventory system here as well. So like my non-Unity inventory system is going to be in here. But the first thing I want to do is when I do this build, it's going to build my core here. And so I'm going to copy over both the DLL and the documentation. So this should be copy, and I'm going to do it here actually first. Copy Captain Coder core, Captain core bin release, Captain code, Captain, I can release, net standard 2.1, Captain Coder core dot DLL. All right, so this is a long copy path. Maybe I define a variable for this just to make my life a little bit easier. So I'm gonna say core path is equal to this thing here. All right, so we're gonna copy that, paste that in here like this. Moon says using variables in bash scripts, how dare you? So we're gonna do our core path We'll leave this slash off so I can do it here. Core path slash captain coder.core.dll. When we also want to do core path captain coder.core.xml. So this is interesting to me. So the DLL is the binary, the XML, if we copy that over, that allows us to have the documentation available as well. So we're gonna copy those two things, and these are gonna go to our Unity path. And our Unity path project is our what is it? Grid, all right, so it's gonna be grid-based inventory project. Oh, I probably shouldn't have spaces in there, that's annoying. This is gonna be grid-based inventory project. And we'll do this too. Unity DLL path is gonna be our grid. I'm gonna use single quotes, grid-based, because I need to use double quotes, grid-based inventory project slash assets slash plugins slash captain coder core. If I do a PWD, I can get that whole thing here. So it's this chunk here. Failed to get that. Let's copy that. We'll paste it in here. All right, so this is the path to our plugins folder here. So then we're gonna set this to be, copy these to our Unity DLL path here. All right, let's see if this build script works. Bash build Yasir Mohammed. Yasir Mohammed, thank you for following me. Yasir Mohammed, I'd like to thank you for following Captain Coder. Welcome to the crew, my friend. How are you? Yasir, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I appreciate you being here to follow Captain Coders Academy, where we are learning and coding and growing together as a crew. That said, I'm a computer science educator. I'm a computer science teacher. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. Just keep them PG, my friend. Keep them PG. This is a family-friendly stream. And backseat coding is so highly encouraged. It's how we learn and code together. You know, out there in the audience, if you've been watching for a little while, you saw Moodniz and Smab teaching me the things I need to know to be better and question everything I do. If you question what I do, that's how I get better at what I'm doing. So I appreciate all of you being here to backseat code with me. I hope you're learning something because I'm learning a ton, and thank you all so much for that. All right, so we're gonna do our build here. See if we can get that bash build. See if after this build, if it copies those things properly. Target. I already put that in double quotes. I don't need the double quotes there then. Okay, all right, I was wrong. I didn't need the double quotes. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so I think it copied it over. Let's see if we get those here. So we should get our Captain Coder core library here. And then I want to do one more. I'm going to create a new library. And I'm out of bean water, folks. That's how I know it's getting close to a break. Once this is done building, and I want to validate that those got copied over. I want to validate that if I do, I have the documentation on them as well. So I did write there is a small amount of documentation on position, any mutable positions and our extensions. So I want to make sure that I can see those there. That's right, Woosaw, it's almost stretch time. It's almost time for a stretch. In this, just to test, let's create another mono behavior here. Just to test it out. I don't know why I deleted that. But let's do using captaincoder.core. Okay, so we got captaincoder.core. And then in that core, I should be able to do position P. If I hover over this, I get, a discrete read-only position defined by a row and a column. For convenience, the struct supports an implicit cache from int tuples and the mutable position struct. Sweet. So I just wanted to make sure that's my first time doing the XML stuff. And so that's awesome. To me, that's awesome. So I got that imported there. And so next I want to make all of so I'm gonna add a new library here inside my Captain Coder. Captain Coder core. Inside of this folder, there's going to be a new project here. And this is going to be our inventory. All right, so our inventory is going to be a library that's specifically non-Unity based inventory stuff, and then I can write some unit tests for it as well if I need to. I don't know how many unit tests I'm going to write on this one. I don't think it's going to be the underlying behavior is going to be mostly interfaces. I don't think it's going to be super complex. There's going to be a little bit with like checking bounds and stuff, but let's do a .NET new class lib. All right, so we're going to make it. Oh, and I forgot to specify that I need it to be here. Let's go in our inventory. This needs to be net standard. It needs to compile the net standard to be compatible. I'm going to steal these two things. So to make it work with Unity, specifically, you want to use net standard 2.1. Check what is responsible for connecting VS Code IDE with those DLL files? I've always wondered how IDEs connect all the dots and IntelliSense knows about everything. I believe, and I could be absolutely wrong on this, is that it's specifically OmniSharp. OmniSharp is the tool that is doing it under the hood. OmniSharp. Yeah, so I'm 90% sure that this is the thing that's responsible for it. And when you install the C# plugin, this plugin installs OmniSharp on your behalf. Yeah, powered by OmniSharp. So if you wanted to write your own IDE that did C# stuff, OmniSharp is the tool that I think you would want to use. Did that answer your question, Checks Party? That's an excellent question, and that's my vague understanding of it. Let me say that. It's my vague understanding of how it works. All right, so we want to update this to work with .NET Standard 2.1. This is what we want specifically for targeting Unity projects, and this is just a good target framework because now your DLL is going to be compatible all over the place. One of the things I really want to try at some point is taking some of these and seeing if I can drop it into Godot easily and reuse my logic for them there. All right, so that said, I'm gonna get rid of, we need to do one more thing. This is external. Because we're using the .NET Framework 2.1, I have to add this thing here. Because we're using .NET Standard 2.1, I have to add this in here. And this is just like a weird oddity in that regard. All right, so we're gonna create this. This is gonna be our inventory. Is that right? Inventory. Let's create an interface here. Interface item, and it's not item, it's like grid item. I'm not 100% sure. So, but item is not quite what I want. Item seems too generic. Really, it's a thing that has a shape to it. So in this regard, we want a public int, or maybe even a size struct that has a width and a height. Yeah, let's do that. Now I'm wondering about CSproj. Oh, did I lose my internet? Oh no, I just lost connection to the chat. I'll explain CSproj in just a second because I have to link that to my big solution as well. So you'll notice each one of these has a different CS project in it. I'll explain that in just a moment because that's a great question. Gibster says, shouldn't this be a list of valid positions? So for our actual inventory, it will be. For item's gonna have a shape to it. So in here, we're gonna create a new file. And I think the struct is gonna be size maybe. Oh, we got a bunch of F's coming through, so that means I might have actually lost you guys. I'm back. Okay. Gotcha. So I'm not sure if my size type should be in my core so it's reusable, and I kind of think it should be. And so, like, something that has a width and a height, to me, is a size. So in my core here, I'm going to create a type new file, size.cs. And so this one is going to be a public read-only struct size int width int height. Does this make sense? And maybe it's a size 2D. I'm not 100% sure if that is the best way to do it. Missing XML documentation. Only assignment increments, decrements can be used as a statement. What am I doing here wrong? Position. Come on, internet. I believe in you. I believe in the internet. Public read-only record struct. Record struct. Vernos in the chat. I'm so sorry, folks. How we doing? Are we back? Oh, that's not what I want. Disapprove. This is what I think of all the internet issues. This is what I think of them. Okay, so this is sort of the struct I want to define. I need to get rid of these warnings. I don't like those all that much. And part of me is thinking, well, maybe size should be, you know, a size 2D. That said, maybe this should be specific to my inventory system, and maybe it should be specific to my inventory system down here. So let's do this size.cs. And we got to put it in our namespace. Namespace should be captain coder.inventory. It's good you enabled disconnection protection. That's right. And Wusa, that's right. Jern would be saying that for sure. What is going on? Cheap Grams, yo! How's it going, my friend? Captain Coder. Now inventory. So fun fact, I also learned that we can in our CS proj, we can. Oh, and I guess I didn't define that there. I did it in our. Sorry, folks. Popping in and out. In our crafting system, you can do this. You can make a root namespace in your project. This isn't what I wanted. And so if I come to my inventory here, if I make this my root, oh, now it's not going to respond for me. Got to wait for it to get here. Cheap Grams, how are you, my friend? Happy Tuesday to you. And Regnus is here as well. Regnus, my friend, welcome back again. It's so nice to see you. Wusa, no, that's fine. Don't worry about that at all. That word's fine. I don't want to say it out loud and have it be misinterpreted. That emote's totally fine, my friend. Something wacky happened there. I prefer to make implicit using false. Interesting. I kind of like it for the system stuff. So I was going to ask an opinion here. All right, so I'm making my root namespace. This is specific for a library. So this is specific to my library. I'm doing Captain Coder.crafting system here. What this allows me to do is implicitly, if I don't put a namespace, that is implicitly put there for me. Oh, this should be inventory too. What are people's thoughts on that? I think everything should be in a namespace. I truly believe that. How do people feel about this though? So now I can be lazy and not put it in there. That's the same reason with the using thing I like, because if I'm in a specific library, then it's not referencing other code. I like that. But if I'm looking at this grouping stuff together, Now it's a little bit harder for me to say, well, what namespace is this in? I have to find it. So I'm curious what other people think here. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I have mixed emotions. That said, if I put it in there, it has no negative effects. That said, we're probably coming up on a break here. We got to take a break soon. I'm going to leave my size struct here. Ikariahan says, I like namespace declaration, explicit declarations, as opposed to, I think I'm going to put them, I'm going to leave both. I'm going to put this here as well as here. I think I like both. All right, so we have a read-only struct here. And so my item, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that if you're an item, and I need to get a better side thing for this, inventory item. Here, that's what I'm going to do, inventory item. It's an item that can go in your inventory to avoid it. Woosa says, nap time. I keep the tab open. Woosa, sleep well, child. I hope your nap is nice. The captain like to wish you a happy nappy time. I know you hate my singing. I'm so sorry, Woosa. I'm so sorry. But thank you so much for the lurk, my friend. I'm glad you're leaving the tab open. Have yourself a beautiful sleep, my friend. And as always, keep coding, keep growing, and you're welcome back anytime. All right, so in this case, we're going to say that all inventory items have to have a size. And the default implementation, of size is going to be a new size 00. Can I do that? Size. Sorry. As a default implementation of 0. So if you make this, not 0. Default size of 1. As a default size of 1. 1 by 1. Okay. Ooh, something I need to do is I should enforce that these should be at least 1 on each one. So when I get back, we're going to do that. Wizard says, and now I'll have nightmares. I really like you, but sometimes not your songs. That's okay, my friend. You know, come. You don't like the songs. I apologize. I'll try not to sing you to sleep in the future, my friend. Yeah. All right, checks. I'm about to explain CS Proj a little bit. Before our break, I'll explain CS Proj, and I'm gonna go on a break real quick. Got to get myself some more bean water because I'm out of regular water too. So the CS Proj is essentially defining an individual binary, typically an individual binary. So this would be a single DLL file. All of these things, everything that's below the inventory folder here, this inventory director, is all related content. Oh, I know, Woosa, I know you're messing with me. Thank you for clarifying. Woosa says, I'm messing with you. Keep doing everything you do like you do it. In short, don't change a thing. Well, look, I'm always learning and growing. So I'll try not to change too much too fast. How about that? I'll try not to change too much too fast. And yeah, I know you're joking. I appreciate the boozle. I appreciate it. So the CS Proj sort of defines a DLL. It's a lot like an assembly. It essentially is an assembly definition that you might be familiar with in Unity. Okay, so my inventory is sort of independent of my crafting system. And then my core is somewhat independent of these things. You can use each one of these sets of codes independently of the other. That said, there are dependencies. So my inventory system is going to be using my position system. So I need to reference it in my CS Proj. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a .NET add reference, and this is going to need a reference to my core library. And I'm going to run this command here, and it says, okay, well, this project includes this one. And so now it's going to say, okay, when you're just going to you have access to all of the things that library does. Okay, so now I have access to all the things in my core. I want my core, but I'm not going to need my crafting system for this specific thing. Does that make sense, Checks Party? I hope that makes sense. Yeah, so the Unity assembly definitions are sort of automating for you under the hood. And if I was using Visual Studio instead of VS Code, I'd probably be doing it through menu systems there rather than all of this dependency. So when I say add reference here, that's the equivalent of me, this got to build, I should have clicked over here a while ago. It's sort of the equivalent of me setting this assembly, come on. All right, so this assembly here, I can reference my DLLs down here. So I can have assembly reference. I'm gonna say, okay, well, this uses my Captain Coder core library. And this is just sort of automating that process for me. So if I click apply now, I bet if I went and looked in this folder, there's gonna be a like CS proj file or some kind of solution file all together. This is like a Unity specific thing, but it's sort of, this is our assembly definition. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Unity's assembly definitions are slightly different than like your traditional CS proj type things. But I think under the hood, it's doing the same thing. Okay, so now that I have this, you may have seen these solution files before, and the solution file is actually how you connect several CS projects together. All right, so now I'm gonna go up to my core folder and I have a solution here. And my solution, I'm gonna add a reference to my inventory system. All right, so now when I do a .NET build here, it actually builds all of the projects together. All right, so it's like, well, all of these things, I'm gonna build them together. This is the Captain Coder library of stuff. I can build each one independently if I want, but as a whole solution, it's sort of all together and I get all the warnings from all the projects. Did that kind of make any sense, checks? I hope so. I hope so, but it's one of these things of like when you're building big software, you're building software that needs to scale and grow. How do you manage that? And this is a tool for managing that complexity. And so I hope that makes sense and that was helpful. All right, that said, we're going to come in here and I want to, now that I've defined this, git add, git commit -m chore add first draft, add CS proj for, or I'm just gonna do inventory. I need to change this one sec. This should be Captain Coder, hang on, CD Captain Coder. Oh, I messed up. Git reset. I want to reset my git reset. So we're going to undo those commits. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 1992. 10, 10, 1992. Welcome, 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 welcome to the crew. I said 10, 10, 1992. How are you? How are you? How are you? 10, 10, 1992. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here. And check, such great questions, my friend, for such good questions here. 50 points to you. Otherwise, I would not have explained that. So thank you for asking. As always, everybody, do not hesitate to ask questions, programming related or otherwise. Just keep them PG-11 for me. And if you want to backseat code, that's highly encouraged. That's how we all learn and grow together. We're trying to get the most we can out of this time together, folks. All right. I need this inventory. I want this to be called Captain Coder.inventory, not inventory proj like this. So I need git diff Captain Coder core.solution. How do I remove that? .NET SLN remove Captain Coder inventory. Captain Coder inventory. Okay, so I remove it from my solution, and now I can rename this. Rename Captain Coder.inventory. And so now if I add it here, It's based on how I want that DLL to be built. I need the name. I want the name to be captain coder, not inventory, not just inventory. So CD. Let's do a dot. Oh no no. .NET SLN add captain coder slash inventory. So this should add that as captain coder.inventory. Yeah. .NET build. And our release here should be part of it goes here. Captain coder.inventory.dll. Perfect. So we get that. And that's what I wanted. All right, so now git add, git status, git commit -m chore, add captain coder.inventory.csproj. Okay. We're gonna push that up. Folks, we've been going for a little over 90 minutes, actually. I know my timer was off. 90 minutes since we actually started. I do need to take a break. I'm out of water, I'm out of coffee. I gotta get those filled up. When we come back, folks, we're gonna get some stretching in. We're gonna take care of ourselves. The captain loves you, you should love you, and if you love yourself, you should love your body. If you love your body, you gotta take care of it. So we will be back soon. Chex, thank you so much for hanging out, my friend. Let you get some rest. Get some rest. Have a beautiful evening, my friend, and we'll catch you next time. But the captain's gonna get some water, get some more bean water. When we get back, we're gonna do some stretching. Get your mom in the room, get your roommate, get your dog, get your uncle. Bear with me, folks. Get your bear, and we're gonna do some stretching. But I shall return. All right, folk. The captain. The captain has returned. I'm so sorry I left you hanging there. I hope your hands don't hurt too much. I know I say that joke every time, but there might be someone new and they might think it's funny. So I'm sorry if you're over there groaning. Oh, there goes the captain. Yeah, my hands hurt. Ha ha. Very funny. Whoever's new, I hope you enjoyed that joke. I hope you enjoyed it. But we're back. We're back. We got ourselves some delicious bean water. Don Francesco's butterscotch. It's actually a vanilla bean one this time. Tintin says, Tintin says, hello, Captain, community members and audience attendees. How are you today? What is the program plan for this session? Can you tell me more about your project build and on the technologies adapted for its life cycle development process? Thank you. Such a good question. Such a good question, Tintin. Well. I'll hop back in just for a second, but we're gonna do some stretching. But this is a 5-day project. We got 5 days to work on this project. Come on, Remarkable. No sleeping for you. Shiny Games, welcome back, my friend. Shiny, how are you? How are you, my beautiful friend? How are you? So this is a learning channel, So this stream, I'm learning. And I hope other people get to learn something along the way. But what is the program plan for this session? This specific session is down on the bottom. I mostly just want to get my scope defined on what I'm doing, get my project set up so that way we can cook the next couple days, really get some stuff done. But we're using Unity 2022. We're using Unity 2022. We're using C#, C# 9, and C# 11 for some of our libraries. The goal, the ad for Remarkables don't mention the load times. Well, that's like this. I think my button's slightly broken, actually. I think my button for waking up, it should respond really fast. But for some reason, my button, doesn't always respond. So, I'll press it. See, look how fast it was that time. I think sometimes it just doesn't, it's not picking up the click. And then I end up touching it twice and it shuts the whole thing off. So it's actually really, really fast. The load times, I think, are pretty good on crazy documents. So it's just me being bad. But Dustin, thank you for the chat, my friend. But yeah, so we're building a grid-based inventory system. So we want items that have shapes, some two-dimensional shapes. We want an inventory grid that has a two-dimensional shape. And the items can't overlap with each other. Quiet you, breaks over. Reset break. That's not true. The break's not over. We haven't done the stretches yet. But we got 5 days. I'm saying, what can we get done in 10 hours? We're using C#, .NET Standard 2.1, Unity 2022. I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much for asking, Tintin. That said, how is there any interest difference with C# 9? Just different language features. I'll show you some of those when we get back. But folks, we got to take care of ourselves. Shiny, be sure to ask me again because I'm going to forget. But we got to get some stretchage in. If you're like me, you're a programming troll. Maybe you're a video game troll. Maybe you're hunched over your computer like I am all the time. You're getting those RSIs, those repeated stress, and just grid paper games. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Happy Tuesday, you amazing person. Thank you so much for being here. Chief Graham says, before you stretch, what's the meaning of life? All right, 42, my friend. That's the meaning of life. All right, everybody up. Get on up with me. I hope everyone's in the room with you. We're going to do some stretches. We've got to take care of our bodies. Grid Paper Game says, incredible. I just trained but didn't do stretching yet. Good. You can stretch with us. We're going to do one of my favorite ones. My favorite stretch. If you like me, you got the carpal. I got carpal tunnel syndrome on my right side. But something that you can help to prevent that is getting up and stretching those forearms out. So take your hand, straighten it out. Don't lock the elbow. You want to make sure the blood keeps flowing. Grab those fingertips and just pull gently back until you feel tension in that forearm. And we're going to hold that for 25 seconds. Just pull back and hold it. Ooh, yeah, it should feel good. If it hurts, you're pulling too hard, it should just be a little bit of tension there. And you can just gently pull it back until you get that tension. Just hold it. We're going to hold it for another 15 seconds here, folks. And then we're going to do the anti-stretch, the one where we go the opposite direction. We're going to take our fingers, pull them down. But let's hold this just for another couple seconds here. Oh, it should feel great. Doesn't it feel good? I hope it feels good. Feels good for me. All right. Roll that wrist out real quick. Roll that wrist out. Now we're gonna go to the down. Take those fingertips, point them down. You're gonna just pull down slightly. You shouldn't hurt in the wrist. If it hurts in the wrist, you don't want that pain because that's gonna damage you. Now we're stretching across the top. Just pull it in slightly like that. Oh yeah. Get that nice stretch going across the top. Tim says, hello again. Excellent exercise you did to relax. Absolutely. We've been going for 90-ish minutes. You know, it's just so rough on your body. That for many, many years, I would sit there coding for hours, 8, 10 hours at a time, not getting up, not moving. And it just like, it's so rough on your body and you don't even realize it when you're doing it. Oh, yeah. Roll that out. Roll that out. We're gonna go the other direction. Switch arms, pull those fingers back slightly until you get a little bit of tension. Oh, it's so good. I hope you're doing these stretches with me. Dramulks, I see you back there not doing it. Dramulks, come on, friend. Come on, friend, pay attention. No, I kid. If you're at work, maybe get your coworkers in on this. Your coworkers deserve to love themselves too. If you love yourself, and you should because the captain loves you, why shouldn't you love yourself? You're a lovely person. If you love yourself, love your body. Roll that wrist out next, and we're gonna go down now. Take those fingertips, pull them down and toward yourself a little bit so you get that little stretch. Remember, don't lock the elbow. The elbow's locked, the blood can't flow. If the blood can't flow, you're not getting the right stretch. You're not getting a good enough stretch. Oh, it's so good. Taking care of ourselves. Taking care of ourselves. It's beautiful. The beautiful. Shadi says, just got myself a new keyboard for typing comfort, a MX Keys. What is that? MX Keys is the name of the brand of the keyboard, I'm supposing? Yeah, I have myself a Kinesis Advantage. Had it for like 10 years. Oh, that's good. Roll it out. Let's go ahead. Stretch on up. Go up on your tippy toes. Reach up as high as you can. Stretch it out. Engage that core to keep your balance. If you need to, put those feet shoulder width apart, but they could also be together. Hold this for another 10 seconds, folks. Oh, yeah. Feel that blood coursing, gushing in and out of that heart muscle of yours. All right, deep breath. As you exhale, you're gonna hinge at the waist, hinge on the hips, and just reach down. Not reach up, hang. You don't wanna apply tension here. Just hang as much as you can. Do not lock your knees. Keep those knees nice and relaxed. Not bent, but nice and maybe a little bit. See if you can touch those toes, folks. I can't believe this. I need to get a picture of this. I've been doing this, I think maybe for a month or two now. I can actually touch my toes, which is not something I could do in December last year at all. In fact, I couldn't do it 2 weeks ago. I've just barely started doing it. Doing this daily has been such good. So good for me, good for my body. I'm loving it. And I love you guys for keeping me consistent with it. All right, folks, inhale. We're going to breathe in for 4 seconds. In, 2, 3, 4. Shoulders up, back, and down. We're going to do shoulder rolls and back. 2, 3, 4. With the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Shake it out, folks. Thank you so much for joining me in that. I know you did. I know you love yourself. You love your body. And I love you too. And for being here, for stretching with me, good for you. Great job. Everyone who's here to enjoy those stretches, 50 points to all of you, my friends. Thank you so much for joining me in those. Happy Tuesday. We're going to hop back in here, get some more coding done. What are we working on? We're working on a grid-based inventory system. That's our goal. But Shidi had a game for us. Grid paper games, you're welcome. No, thank you. Thank you for joining me in those stretches. Thank you for taking care of yourself, for loving yourself and loving your body. That's what we're all about here. Learning, coding, growing, and loving ourselves. Creating, just taking care of each other, taking care of ourselves, and trying to live the best we can. Shidi had a question. What was Shidi's question here? Let's do the reset break timer now. Reset break. Shidi had said, Let me see if I can find it here. I was asking about C#9, I think. How is there any interesting difference with C#9? Great question, great question. So let me show you the feature that I liked the most. There's actually a handful of new features, but record structs. Okay, record structs are the feature that I'm not necessarily a feature I like the most, but it's one of the features I like the most in here. So in my position here. Oh, in fact, I'm doing it in my inventory system. All right, so in my inventory system, I have defined the struct public read-only record struct size, int width, int height. This is shorthand. If I didn't have this syntax, I would have to do the following. I have to do public struct size, we'll call this 2D, public read-only int width, public read-only int height, public, and then I'd have to override these two things. So this syntax here gives me all of this for free. Oh, it also gives me a toString. I'd also have to do public override string toString return size 2D width height. So this is one of the things that you get for free. This line of code is the equivalent and an equivalent and a little bit more than all of this definition here. So this record here, this record definition gives me all of this for free. And for free is a strong word, but essentially it's shorthand for that. So there's just new language features that I can use if I'm in C#11 as opposed to C#9 or C#7 or C#8. So I think 2021 was using C#8 and 2022 is using C#9, which is nice. And before that, I think 2019 was the one I used like a while ago, just playing around with stuff. And that one had C#, I think 7.4, which didn't even have like interface definitions. Anyway, I hope that answered your question, Shiny Games. It just allows me to have language features that I otherwise wouldn't be able to access. And if you want the full details, what's new in C#11, and then what's new in C#10. This would probably be the best way to do it. What's new in C#10, and then what's new in C#11. And C#, yeah. So these things are all new. Raw string literals, some nice stuff here. Different types of pattern matching. And then C#11 record structs, improvement of the structure type, global using direction, file scope namespace declarations, just lots and lots of little things that are nice. One that I love here is that I can do my namespace at the top like this to reduce my indentation levels. Right, it's more of a convenience thing than anything. I hope that answered your question, my friend. Thank you for asking. Thank you so much for asking. For asking, Shady, for giving me a chance to talk about that and explain it. 50 points to you. 50 points to you. Hey, what's left on our list of to-dos? We defined our learning goals and our scope. We're setting up our libs. We're almost there. We're almost done. In fact, I think we're almost done. I need to make it so when I build this thing, it gets added into Unity as well. And then we're going to be done. Then we can start defining our interface definitions, which that is exciting for me as well. Yeah, so to enforce this stuff for me in my core, I'm going to force myself to enable my generation document. So this is going to enforce a good style on me. In my inventory here, it's going to force me to write documentation because the idea is this is usable outside of this library. So it's going to enforce that anytime I have I thought that's what it would do. .NET. Did I add it to my solution? .NET build. I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay. And then I'm going to, in my test folder, I'm going to implement some tests. I'm going to create a test project, Captain Coder, make dir inventory. And we're gonna do a .NET new XUnit. I'm gonna use XUnit to test it. So the cool thing about having my test be part of outside of Unity is I can use any test framework I want for that. So we're generating a new XUnit test here, which is like my preference for writing unit tests. Okay, so we had an XUnit, and then I gotta link it. So .NET add reference, and this is gonna link down to our Captain Coder core, and then it's also Captain Coder inventory. Those are the two things that I want to link to. Grid Paper Game says, when will we be able to give back to your channel? Oh, you mean like as far as like donations and stuff go, or subscribing? That's a good question. So I'm doing this just because I love doing it. I'm doing this at this point just because I love doing it. I don't think I'm ready to, that said, it's been so much fun. I've had a lot of people ask that stuff. I'm working on some merchandising stuff for people. And so I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do, but I don't, at this point, I'm in a pretty reasonable place that if people wanted to, I would much prefer you, and I haven't quite gotten this set up, I would actually think I'd prefer you to donate to an organization called Girls Who Code, and then there's another organization called Black Girls Code, and I need to figure out how to set that up. That said, I do have some stuff in the works as far as summer programs. So I'm going to be teaching some classes this summer, at least one class. I'm going to teach at least one summer class that you'll be able to enroll in, and that will be a paid-for class. So I am going to do a paid-for class that people can run. I'm going to pilot a program that people can pay for to join. I'm in the process of setting up some Udemy classes that you can buy. That said, I don't need people necessarily supporting me on the stream. And let's see here. Shay says, thanks for the SO, mate. Was AFK. The point's not the SO. I think you're saying shout out. No, so I did not even get the answer, kids. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Yeah, Grid Paper Games, I'm working on it. But there will be some Captain Coder merchandise that I'm trying to figure out how to set up a store in a way that I'm comfortable with. But I hope that answers your question, Grid Paper Games. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, me too. So just so you know, I'm a computer science educator. I teach at a school ages 10 to 14. So I have a full-time job. as a teacher that I love. I'm doing the streaming stuff because I'm just having so much fun doing it. I didn't plan on having as much fun as I have had streaming. I did it to record some stuff for my students initially, and I've been having a great time doing it. That said, the community's grown quite a bit, and yeah. So as far as that goes, I don't know if I'll ever become an affiliate on Twitch. I may if I get because the big one is I don't want to have ads popping up on Twitch. Dramux, is the unit test over yet? Good question. Dramux, it's only just begun, my friend. You know it. It's only just begun with our unit tests. No. I don't think I'm gonna be writing a lot of unit tests on this one. Because I just don't think that this project I don't think calls for it. We're gonna move unit test 1 to inventory test. Okay, and let's make sure this builds .NET build, and I'm gonna add this to my solution as well. Perfect. And in my solution, .NET add reference. Oh, .NET SLN add reference. Oh, add. This is gonna be tests, Captain Coder inventory. .NET build. Let's check it out. Okay. And now I think if I go into my testing here, am I in the right folder? Can we scan for? I think I need to be in. I think I need to be here to find it. Open settings. In the directory, execute .NET test and not the workspace or consider setting. All right, so I think I can do the following. .NET test explorer .test project path. And we want that to be captain coder.core. Let's try that. Discovering tests. Can we find them? Can we find them? Can we discover our tests? Just for you, Dremels, we're going to discover some tests. Codex here. Yo, happy Tuesday. What's good? Everything's good, my friend. I'm doing fabulous. I'm doing incredibly well. How are you, Codex? Thank you so much for asking. All right, so we have this set up. I don't like this test explorer as much as the other ones. All right, so that said, we just added in our test here. So I'm gonna do a little commit. Git add, git commit -m, chore, add inventory test project. We'll push that up. We're gonna push it up, folks. Push it up. Push it on up. And then in our build, Dramel's so frustrated with the test. I'm so sorry, my friend. All right, so we got our core path. All right, and so now our other path is not our core path, but specifically our inventory DLL. So this is our inventory path. And so this one's Captain Coder inventory, I believe. Codex here says, been reading the Unity native container source to see if I want to implement it or just semi-hack something out. It's leaning towards hacking because it's not documented and convoluted to me. Interesting. I haven't heard of native container. Could you send the Codex? I'm going to give you a permit for it real quick. I'm curious what native container is. I've added you. You should be able to post links for the next 5 minutes. I would love to understand a little bit more about what you're saying. That, just so everyone knows, I'm pretty new to Unity. I've only really been learning Unity for about 3 months at this point. Moona says, isn't native containers a thing used for dots? What's dots? Gotcha, for the job system, for the threads, for their threading system, right? Gotcha. Native container attribute allows you to create your own custom native container. A native container lets you create new container types which do not allocate any garbage collected memory and give explicit control over allocations. Yeah, so one of the things I love about C# is the ability to do this. I actually started playing around with this on Saturday, not native containers, but using unsafe to see if I could do some interesting bytecode stuff. So if you're super interested in performance, this is a way you can get eke out those nanoseconds in the performance. Dremels calls it promiscuous code. Yeah, that's promiscuous code. It's the unsafe code. Fascinating, Codex. I would love to hear more about it. If you are, as you make progress on it, my friend, I'm not sure if you're on the Discord, Codex, but this is something I would be super interested in knowing more about. On Discord, if you would, you don't have to, but I'd love for you to post in the other projects forum any progress you make on it, because I would love to explore that more myself. So feel free to do that there if you'd like to. You don't have to, but we do have a Discord. I'd love to hear more about it, just to stay up to date with what you're doing. That said, no pressure. Mooniz says, Dots is Unity's solution to high-performing game development. Yeah. So when I was trying to do some thread stuff back in January, that's when I learned a little bit about it. And was like, oh, okay, well, I'm not doing anything high performance, so we're just gonna go the coroutine route. Yeah, they have their own, it's like the Unity Dots. What do they call it? Data-oriented technology stack, yeah. Looks super cool. It looks super. The job system, that's the part of it that I was interested in as far as doing parallelized code and multi-core threading stuff. Okay, so we've added this in here. I almost need a make file, but I'm not gonna do a make file, folks. I'm not gonna do a make file. SimUFC says, curious why Unity and not Unreal? That's an excellent question, Sim. So I am actually brand new to game development. Everyone gets upset when I say I'm not a game developer because they're like, but you've made games. Like, yeah, maybe. Good question, SimUFC. For me specifically, I teach C# at the school I work at. So I have a C# class, and my students explicitly asked me, explicit might not be the right word. My students asked me, would you teach a Unity class? So they found some of the like little hacked together game jams I'd done where other people were using Unity, and I sort of joined in on that. And my student said, hey, could you teach a Unity class? And so this is my journey to learn Unity. And that's the 100% the only reason I'm using Unity over Unreal or Godot is my students wanted me to teach a Unity class, and so this is my journey into learning Unity. Great question. Codex says, I was trying to use a struct with another native array in it, but that's disallowed, so I was looking at writing a custom container, but it has a lot of undocumented features and frustrated me. Might just use 2 native arrays. Interesting. Can we get a whoa, guys? We got a whoa chain started. If you guys want to get a whoa going, now's your opportunity. Muna says C# is the answer to the question. Oh yeah. So just for what it's worth, I think C# is a fabulously awesome language. That said, I haven't spent much time in C++ land. I've done a lot with C, and so for me, I was teaching C#. I think C# is a great intro to programming language. And so I've been developing a workbook for my students in that regard. Looks like we're not going to get a whoa, folks. Looks like we're not getting a whoa. No one wants to get in on that whoa chain. Microwavable Hugs wants to redeem a whoa. You don't have enough points, Microwavable Hugs. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Microwavable Hugs. Whoa, that's right. Codex here says ECS is kind of weird, but due to DoD it's super fast with dots. Dramulk's replying to me and says, yeah, I really can't see a game doing that using game objects. Performance would go out the window. Potentially. If I missed something, I'm so sorry. Codex says, I did some C# at Dell and Samsung for research and development. Really loved it, but never used it seriously until this last month when I decided to get into game dev. So I learned about it for WebAssembly purposes. So I actually discovered it. I'd done a little bit of Unity and stuff, and I kind of didn't like C# initially. But it turned out I didn't like Unity tutorials. That's really what it turned out. I didn't like Unity tutorials. And then I discovered Blazor, and I can write all of my web stuff using C#. And I really dislike JavaScript and TypeScript. Dislike's a strong word. I'm not a fan of writing code specifically in JavaScript and TypeScript. I've done it a lot. Dramok says you need to get good, Captain. That's right, I do need to get good. But this whole website's written using Blazor and is compiled using compiled to WebAssembly essentially. So all of the logic and back end of this page is in C#. And that's sort of why I started learning C#, and I fell in love with the language at that point because of all the features. So I kind of love C#. Yeah. So Unity DLL path here. This should be our Captain Code. Oh no, this here. Captain Coder Core Inventory Bin Release Standard. Yes, like this. Crimson says, is this a MVP built with C# or Homebrew? I think you're asking, is this a minimal viable product built with C# or Homebrew? I don't quite understand the question. We are building a so then I'm saying MVP is not quite right then. I'm asking if it's a model view control. Oh, gotcha. That makes more sense. Is this a model view? Oh, you had a P there, so that's why I was confused. I'm asking if it's a model view controller. It is quite right. Credit. Oh, you're asking about my C# This here, oh, okay, so I got distracted. No problem, Crimson. This here is a, it uses Firebase as a backend. So it uses Firebase as a backend. It's very simple. It's all built into the front end. I need to refactor it quite a bit, quite heavily, but this is sort of my works here. So this whole thing is essentially, and there's a little bit of model view controller going on, but it's using the Blazor framework to do it. So it has a model, it is implemented essentially as model view controller, and then the controller is sort of this front end stuff. So I've implemented each one of these sort of as model view controllers. The model is hosted in the back end, and then the view, a lot of this stuff here is built into the view. I hope that kind of makes sense. I don't know if I've explained that perfectly well or not. Crimson's Codex says TypeScript went from, hey, we have types, this is nice, to being overclouded with insanely complex types for virtually no reason. So my issue with TypeScript tends to be that people just say like, oh, well, I can just write JavaScript inside of this. So that's my escape hatch. And so I've seen a lot of just like gnarly TypeScript code, and it turned me off quite a bit from it. Codex says, once Maui supports Linux, I'm all in on C#. I am excited to get in touch with how Maui works. Truman says, I was looking something similar, but it's Ruby Python. My background has been similar, implementing like that. Totally makes sense. You're not using model view controller. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Zoger Star says, hi, Dad. Great to see you. Got some milk. Too bad you did not bring it back home. I miss you. I miss you too, Zoger Star. I miss you, my friend. I miss you. Sending you much love. Thank you. I'm glad you got the milk. SimUFC says, Crimson, kind of, what is that you're using looking at Ruby and Python? The one thing I really like about this, Crimson specifically, is that it compiles to WebAssembly. So it doesn't actually output like JavaScript. At the end of the day, this is WebAssembly code. So it's not like transpiling to JavaScript. So I really like that. And that's what got me really interested. I was like, oh, well, how is this? It got me interested in WebAssembly, and WebAssembly I'm very excited about. All right. Codex says, do you ever actually mess with WebAssembly code, or is that a facade layer for you? I did. I haven't messed with it specifically with the C# stuff, but so it turns out that .NET has a WebAssembly implementation of their .NET project. So the C# actually isn't compiled to WebAssembly. The C# gets compiled to a DLL, and then there's a WebAssembly binary of the .NET virtual machine that runs in the browser. So that is what that's doing there. I did play around with WebAssembly just a little bit to understand it. I write a lot of C stuff, or I have in the past, and I was seeing, can I get my C code to compile? So I wrote a little compiler that compiles some C code, some very like C88 into WebAssembly. Codex says that's a bit indirect, I suppose, but I've heard it super fast. So the issue is that all of C# compiles to DLLs. It doesn't compile to machine code anyway. It compiles to .NET bytecode. It's like Java. There's a Java virtual machine. Intermediate language stuff. Yeah. Exactly. Oh no, I actually did LLVM stuff. I had LLVM bytecodes that I was compiling. That's right. I had a compiler from LLVM bytecodes to WebAssembly. That's what I did. Okay, so the last thing I need to do is copy my inventory binaries over. So this is our inventory path. Did I turn on documentation? I did. Okay, so in this case, I'm gonna do a core lib. Core is gonna be equal to captain coder dot core. And then our inventory is gonna be captain coder dot inventory. And then down here, I'm gonna create a thing called files, and files. I do that. No, I can't do that. So I got to do core path core.dll, core path core dot core XML, inventory path inventory dot DLL, and inventory path inventory.xml. So I'm hoping this will get all of these things here. I'm going to put these on new lines so my brain can handle it a little bit better. And I'm missing chat stuff. I'm so sorry. Give me just a moment here. Kodak says, yeah, about 20 years ago, everything was XAML, which turned me off from C# and .NET. But now that .NET Core 7 is cross-platform, it has my... what I'll say is the language features really... like I've said, I've fallen in love with it. I was hoping I'd fall in love similarly with F#, but F# I just can't get into as much. As a Haskell, as a recovering Haskell addict, I was really hoping that... so I love functional programming. I'm a Haskell addict. So as a recovering Haskell addict, I was disappointed with F#. It was F# just was a little bit too painful. Their type system felt odd to me, and I think it just comes because it's not Haskell. All right, so this should have dumped my libs into my Unity project here. Okay, and so we're gonna see if this builds up, and if we have references to them, then I'll be very, very happy. And then we'll have finished part 2, which was setting our project up. And it just has to link these DLLs in Unity. Come on, Unity. Come on, baby. I love you, Unity, but you compile so slow. This is why we're doing DLLs though, so that way our compilation times will be snappy in the long run. Well, once we get to using Unity directly, our compilation times will be super snappy. All right, so it did copy these over. In this here, we're gonna add in that we want this to have our Captain Coder inventory DLL as well. And all right, that's looking good, my friends. That's looking good. Okay, let's do a commit here. Git status. Hang on, real quick, in the Captain Coder core git status. Let's see what's new here. Nothing new here. Okay. All of the stuff is here. So this was us linking together. Let's make sure the scene is saved. It is. Git status. I don't need this silly script here. I didn't click apply. Apply. So that'll save this file. I'm gonna get rid of this behavior script. Before I do that, I'm gonna just make sure that I'm linked up properly. Grid Paper Games says, guys, I got a huge question bothering me. Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it, Grid Paper Games. Codex here says, I've just been using assembly definition in Unity, but the direct to DLL approach is interesting to me. I really, really like it. There's a handful of reasons I like it. The biggest one is I get to use C#11 language features in my external DLLs, and I can use XUnit for my testing framework. So those are the two big sells for me that I'm just like, this is what I've wanted from the beginning. So you can use C#11 in your DLLs as long as you target the net standard 2.1. So you got to make sure you target this, and then you can use any language version you want. These are just awesome for me. I like XUnit so much more. Grid Paper Games, why do you need to write an F after an int number inside a float variable, e.g. float a equals 10f? That's an excellent question. I'll be happy to explain that in just a moment, Grid Paper Games. I want to make sure that I have this linked up correctly real quick. Here, in that I can use size s equals new size 5. All right, so I think, yeah. Size, it's coming from Captain Coder. Perfect. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure this had a reference to this. And then, no, don't worry. Grid paper games, I love questions. That's our whole point. One of my big purposes, for me, one of the reasons I'm here is I want people to ask me questions. Imperial Guard says all jobs to do with computers you see are fake. They're fooling us. Smart people don't believe plastic and sand can think. They have played us for absolute fools. Fools, Imperial Guard, we are fools. We've been boozled. Not only boozled, we've been bamboozled. And in on top of that, we've been bing bamboozled, bing bang bamboozled. That's right, Imperial Guard. Smart people are fooling us. Moonit says grid paper games. It's the compiler that needs to know the type. Yeah. So let's look at that real quick. This is a great point. Let me commit this. Get status. It has to do with information loss. All right. What are we committing here? Do we have all of the changes? Oh, I wanted to get rid of this behavior script. All right, I don't want to commit this behavior script. Codex says, jokes on them. I've been fooled since I was born. You can't fool the fool. You cannot fool a fool. The fool is full of fools. The foolish fool was fooled by another fool on the foolish fooly day. And that is one full point. Git add here. Git commit -m. Chore add DLL references and bind assembly definitions. All right, so we got our base project set up here, folks. Set up here, and for being here to witness this momentous occasion. You know this is momentous. Anytime I actually finish something, I'm always super happy, folks. We did it. We set up our libs, we set up our unit project, we added our dependencies, and for being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks, for being here, all of you get 50 points, my friends. Thank you so much for being here to witness this. I appreciate you, and I hope you are learning something. I know I am. I've already learned a bunch of stuff this morning. All right, so grid paper games follows up, but why? If it's a double, I'm gonna tell him by setting the variable type to double. There's something I'm missing. I'll let you know. I'm going to explain in just a second. Codex says, I'm sure the captain has a much more accurate answer, but I think it's because there's implicit type conversion between float and int. So to avoid conversion, you have to explicitly declare it as a float with the suffix f. Similarly, there's a b for bytes. So the answer is anytime you are losing information, you have to have an explicit cast. So that's the rule. That's the rule. If you lose information, you should be required to explicitly cast it so that you don't accidentally lose information. So let's do a thing here. I'm gonna create a new project to show you floating point example. Push D. Is there no push D? There it is. Make their floating point example. So it's the rule that .NET has said that we're gonna follow. .NET new console. So it's the rule Microsoft has said we're gonna follow. Let's open up this project here, and then let me get this back to my other directory real quick, popd. Yeah, so if you're gonna lose information, all right, so your question, so if I do float f equals 1, this is fine. This is fine. I'm pretty sure this is fine. .NET run. Okay. So console.write line f. Okay. So in this situation, we can cast an integer to a float because we don't lose any information. The float is perfectly capable of representing the number 1 as a floating point number. All right, so it's totally happy to do this. Moodness says, grid papers, 1 is an integer, 1.0 is a double, 1.m is a decimal, 1.f is a float. That's how it's set as a rule. Can also do double x equals 10 divided by 3. What are we now dividing by? Integers, doubles, decimal, strings, each of these. Yeah. So in this case, 1 can fit into a float, no problem. It's happy to do that. When I do 1.5, the default for decimal values in C# and in many languages is if I see a decimal, I am a double. So by default, it says I am a double. And a float is not capable of representing all doubles. A float is not capable of representing all doubles. So a float is in C#, a float is 32 bits of information. In C#, a double is 64 bits of information. So what you know though is that a double has twice as many bits as a float. That's why it's called a double. And so what's saying is like, well, I am a double, and a float cannot represent all the things a double can, so you're gonna lose information. So you can do the option of putting an F here, which explicitly makes it, this explicitly says, oh, this is a float number. This is not a double number. Use a float to do it. The alternative is to do float here and say, well, this thing, so you probably don't want to do this because it actually says this thing on the right side is a double, and then we cast it to a float. So anytime you would lose information, you have to do an explicit cast. And by putting an F here, it actually is saying, well, this is actually not a double at all. It's a float, and that's why we don't have to cast it. It turns out you can also do double, interest rate is equal to 0.75 D. If you put a D, it's saying, well, this, I'm explicitly saying this is a double. And then there's another type in it called the decimal. Dollars is equal to 1.5. So here we put an M. All right, so M means monetary. It says this is a high precision. This is a high precision type. In fact, we promise we'll never lose precision on these types if you stay within the range of those values. That said, in C#, a decimal uses 128 bits? Question mark. I think it might be, it's either 128 or 256. So it uses a lot more bits and can't represent nearly as many numbers as a double. Grid Paper Games, I hope that answered your question. This is such a good question. This is a great question. And for asking such an awesome question, 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for asking. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain it this way. I hope that answered your question, but that is the reason why you have to add an F here in this one. All right. Oh, I should have hit a little button here to tag my video. Maybe I'll turn this. All right, we're gonna add a marker. Maybe I'll clip this and turn it into a little video for everyone else. Thank you for asking, my friend. Now let's get back to our regularly scheduled coder. Kodak says, I often get caught by not assigning as a float. Gotcha. Yeah, easy to do. Easy mistake to do. Usually it's not that big of a deal. Usually you can just use, doubles all over the place if you want to. They do use a little bit more. Oh, Grid Paper Game says, is it possible I lost my points by changing my name? Yeah. What was your name before? What was your name before, Grid Paper? Let's find out. Let's find out how many points you lost out on, and I'll transfer them over to you. What was your nickname? Okay. So what do we want to do next? We're gonna start defining those. SMAB, 6th place still, my friend. 15,000 big ones. 15,000 big ones. So now we're gonna start our interface definitions, which I'm excited about. And so we have like a grid, like an inventory grid, and then we have our inventory item interface. Those are the two interfaces that we need to define and sort of use those things in tandem to create our system here. But yeah, if you tell me what your name is, what your previous nickname was, we can check it. Okay. So item, I'm going to change this to inventory item. I already did that there. Inventory item. Smab says, surprised more people haven't overtaken me. Well, when you're here, Smab. That's the thing. When you are here, you stick around for a while. I think most people sort of come and go. But yeah, 6th place. You're doing good. Can we see the leaderboard? Let's see who's on our leaderboard, folks. We got Mooniz at the top for sure. Mooniz is here even when he's not here. Mooniz, 30,000. You broke that barrier, Mooniz. We got Mooniz, Unity Coder, Restreambot, MMO Pug, Dramulx, and Smab. There's some people. Look, Smab. There's quite a few people inching up on you, though. And really Really, your fifth Restream bot should not, look how many points Restream bot has. I don't understand how Moonus has more points than Restream bot. That's a little bit crazy to me. I feel like Restream bot should have the most points. It's always here. So that's a little bit interesting to me. Moonus says, I'm just that good. Oh, you're Jammy 1. Yeah. So we can actually check you out this way. Points Jammy 1. Like that. So you had 1,866. So we can do add points. Grid paper games 1866. There you go, my friend. Oh, I gotta spell it right. Add points. Grid paper games 1866. There you go. Transferred on over. We got a duel happening. Mooniz wants to duel Dramux for 10 points. 10 points, exactly. Mooniz was here before I started using Reach Run Bot. That makes sense. Smab, you're so smart. I didn't even consider that. Okay, so we have a size. We have our inventory. Our inventory item, essentially the idea is it needs to have a size. I think that's all we really care about in this one, and the default is going to be that it has a size 1,1. Oh, we got another woe chain almost. Can we get a woe? Folks? Whoa. We can. Thank you all for being here to get that woe going. I appreciate you. We got it. Gets easier and easier every time. All right, so now I'm going to define a new interface. It's going to be our I inventory grid. Okay, so something public interface I inventory grid like this. And this is going to have a namespace captaincoder.inventory. Dramos, now you're the one stealing points. Nice try, Dramux. Nice try. Inventory. There we go. So our inventory is also going to have a size. Should our size actually say rows and columns? Like that? Or is this struct just too... I think this struct might just be too dumb. I don't know that I want... Should I just explicitly have rows and columns, or should we have a size struct like this? Is this dumb? Someone tell me, is this done? Kodak says, I wish OmniSharp properly fixed namespaces in VS Code. It always breaks and duplicates code all weird for me. I'd be curious what... I haven't had any real issues with namespaces in VS Code. I'd be curious to understand more specifically. Gemma says, well, it depends because in the end you will have to take into account sizes. Yeah. Otherwise, so the idea is this interface would have rows and columns. My inventory grid is going to have a size. So I was just thinking that rows and columns... I think size makes sense. So I think size makes sense. So public size. Depends really how you define the rows and columns. Well, I define them as integers of rows and columns. So it's like discrete rows and columns. Does that make sense? So my size is specifically a discrete. On my namespace, press Control plus. Like this. Dremel says, I mean, they will be formed from grids. Well, my grids have a size. Yeah, so size is explicitly telling me, like, maybe this should be grid size instead. Control plus here. All right, so I do namespace, control plus, control space, captain coder dot. Oh, it seems to have broken when I did it that way. I already have a namespace. Hello, no control and no period. I don't understand what you're trying to get me to do, Codex. I'm so sorry. Is it because when I'm trying to write a namespace or when I'm trying to access it? Control key and period. You only press control period. No code actions available. So I'm doing, all right, so I do namespace, control period. Captain Coder control period. If I do just up period, all right, control period. Elite Stomper, welcome back, my friend. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you, Elite Stomper? Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Happy to see you. Happy to have you aboard. For me, it gives me the, Codex says, for me, it gives me option to fix the namespace. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't experienced that, so I wonder what's different about my setup. Elite Stomper, good morning, Captain and crew. How's everyone doing this morning? Elite Stomper, I'm doing fabulously well. I'm so happy to see you again. How are you? How is your C# journey going? I'm so glad you caught me today too. I'm happy to have you here. I think it makes sense for an introverted to have this size thing. That said, I don't know how I feel about the word size. In general, it seems maybe a little bit too generic, but I think I'm okay with that. I'm gonna call this grid size, and this is gonna, by default, our size is gonna be 1 by 1, like that. Again, having a default thing here is like, make a grid, have it be size 1 by 1. Maybe the grid size should actually be like, 4 rows, 10 columns. We could have a default size set up for it. Munia says, Codex, that could be because VS Code doesn't handle Unity. That's true. I'm not inside of a Unity project right now. Lisa says, not yet. Only got through the intro so far. My wife and I had stuff to do. No problem. No worries. I'm so excited to hear your impressions of the C# Player's Guide. I personally found it to be fantastic. I've used it with my students. My students have enjoyed it, and I hope you'll enjoy it too. Codex says, well, it's an OmniSharp feature. VS Code just exposes it. Gotcha. Okay, so in our inventory grid, to be an inventory grid, we need to have accessors to be able to like examine and set things. So I want to have something like this, like public bool, where it's going to be very, very similar to our crafting grid, our crafting container. We're going to try get item at, and so this one thing I do want to do as well is implement a index option on this thing as well. Try get item at, and this is going to be a position p position. Is it happy to do that? I don't know why that's not highlighted though. Do I need to reload this? Reload window. Elise Thomas says, so far he seems to be trying to be entertaining as he can. It is not as dry as other books I have tried to learn from. Yes, that's something I really like about his approach, is it's not super dry. And it tries to be themed. The theme is cool. I like the theme. This, we're gonna do our Captain Coder core solution. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. F# solution. Why is this? Oh, I have to do, we're in, I have to do using Captain Coder.core. That's right. There we go. Try to get item at, it wants me to write. All right, so I'm gonna try and be a good programmer here. The I inventory grid defines a grid of cells that can hold the cref equals I inventory item, like this. Elite Art says, hello, agreeable morning to you. That's agreeable AM to you. Happy Tuesday, Art. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Good afternoon to you. Good morning from me to you. How are you doing on this beautiful day? Elite Summer says, I love the maps showing all the different areas of the world. Treat them as places in an MMO. Yes, so anyone who isn't familiar, this book is just amazing. And it tries to really, gamify learning it. And so it's like the basics. You have like the map of C sharp, the realm, they call it the realm of C sharp. And it has like a map of like, well, this is the basics. This is the parts you start with, the basics. There's some bonus levels over here. You go down to the island of object-oriented programming, and then like your advanced features that sort of broke out into these little tiny islands here. It's such a fun book. My students love it. My students love it. And there's like, this experience tracker inside too, so you can like keep track of your level as you go along. I think that's super cool. This book is fantastic. I think it's fantastic for all ages. Art says, how are things progressing crafting system wise? We finished the crafting system. So if you want to check it out on the blog, finish is a strong word. We got all of our goals done, but essentially this is what we ended up with. Let's refresh this page. This video will start playing again. So we have a very basic crafting system. Are you going to play? Hello, video. Loop. Anyway, this video is not playing. I'm not sure why. But we have a crafting system. We have several different crafting containers. We have 4 items, but several different recipes you can toss in. Some of them work in some of them don't work in others, and you can test them out here. So the crafting system is working as intended. We managed to finish all of our goals for it. So thank you for the congratulations, Art. Thank you for asking. But yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. Microhead says, what's the name of the book? C Sharp Player's Guide. The C Sharp Player's Guide. Excellent book. C Sharp Player's Guide. It's about $30 USD. Absolute fabulous book. Highly recommend. At this point, I should probably reach out to RB Whitaker and say, hey, can I have a sponsorship? Can I have a sponsorship? Because the number of people that said they've bought this book because of my recommendation, I think is at 17 or more people at this point. So I should maybe ask for a sponsorship. not even to say in my class I buy and ship these to my students. So I've bought, I think, 20 of these books this year and shipped them to my students. And then every year I'm going to buy more. Yeah. Anyway, these books are awesome. This book's awesome. So sorry if I missed something in the chat. Let me know if I missed something. I'm going to try and catch up here. Art says, I thought that the inventory system was essentially an extension or necessity for the craft. No, it's a different system. My goal at the end is to combine them into one, but the inventory system is going to be separate. Good question. Dustin says sponsorship or at least a bulk rate. Yeah, bulk rate would be nice. Elix says, I love the programmer art for the inventory system. The programmer art. Just because, yes, the programmer art. You're referring to the lack thereof. The lack thereof art. Exactly. All right, everybody, I'm going to move forward. If I miss some, please let me know. And then we're going to add a little comment here that says the dimensions. So we'll just do this is so annoying because I have to do this size. The size of this. The size of this inventory. This is why documentation feels so dumb to me sometimes. Is this specific one? But I'm gonna try doing. Elite Stomper, I know you're just messing with me. I love the boozle, my friend. I love the boozle. And then this one's gonna be attempts to retrieve an item at the specified position. All right, so this needs to have an out parameter. It's going to be an out I inventory item. Okay. Chris says, I noticed you're using scriptable object a bit in the blog. I've been trying to avoid it since they're instantiated on engine start and never unloaded unless explicitly done so. Have you ran into any performance issue with it? That's a good question. I have used them. I just barely started learning about them. I just started learning about them. I think that I like them. You can instantiate them at runtime as well. So I will say you can instantiate them at runtime. So for example, you might want to dynamically load them from a database instead of specifying them directly in your project. But they are, from what I understand, so the whole point of a scriptable object is to have a long running thing in memory so you don't have to load it over and over and over, unlike something like a prefab. So from a memory standpoint, I think that's the point, is that they're cached in there, and so your program, it actually increases the performance of your program by having them preloaded. I think that's the idea. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, no problem, Elite Stomper. How's that? How's that? Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I might have to say this is kind of big for me, but yeah, happy to do that for you. Kodak says they serialize as a reference as well versus serialization of everything else is per instance, so you get copies of serializations for non-SO objects. No, we're an Elite Stomper. I'm happy to increase the font for you. That said, I might need to, hang on. That font itself, this one on my screen, it's a little bit, I want to find a spot just between those two. So let me see if I can do that in my settings. One sec, settings, workspace settings, font, let's try 16. How's that? Did that actually change anything? Yeah, how's 16? How's that font size, Elite Stomper? Kodak says thanks. It's not. It's just not just me. Perfect. I'm pretty sure when I do the plus, Control plus, it's actually doing like a transform scale, and so it actually makes it fuzzy for me. Now it's crystal clear. All right, cool. So in this case, what is this saying? Parameter item has no matching param tag. So it wants me to put this here, item. I don't even know if I need to put anything in there like that. Attempts retrieving on an item at the specified position. If an item exists in that position, returns true and populates param ref name item. Otherwise returns false and the value of param ref name item is undefined. Kodak says if you don't define the param tags, will infer the data for the docs. Let's find out. That's a good question. It doesn't care if I lose them here. That seemed to be okay. Some of it is obnoxious to type out, yeah. So this is nice because of the references. So let's generate the docs. See, Irish John Games is here, folks. Jern, how you doing, Jern? How the heck are you? How the heck are you, Jern? I'm so sorry if that was offensive, folks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for attempting. That was my best, Jern. I'm sorry. So nice to see you, Irish John. For anyone who doesn't know, Irish John. Irish John, let's see here. Irish John. Oh, is it just Irish? Hang on, Irish John Games. I bet I have to do the whole thing. All right, folks. Irish John is making Rise of Piracy, a single and multiplayer action exploration real-time strategy game. His stream is incredibly fun to watch. You gotta go check it out. Give him some love. Give him some love. And while you're at it, folks, while you're at it, there's that link. There's that link. You gotta click that link, folks. You gotta click that link. Irish John, I hope it's okay that I'm showing this video on stream, my friends. While you're at it, click that link. Click that link. Click that link, and if you scroll down, you're gonna find, and I know the video's over, click that wishlist button. While you're at it, click that wishlist button. Click it. And John, I'm not sure if the music's coming through for you. Can people hear the music, and is the trailer audio? I'm doing fabulous, John. I'm doing so good, my friend. It's a beautiful Tuesday. It's a beautiful Tuesday. I'm up. I'm alive. I'm enjoying life to the fullest. I'm out here streaming with my crew. The crew's here. It's low compared to my voice. Gotcha. John says I'm sick of the music, so it's fine. But yeah, make sure you give John a follow, folks. Real quick, attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat, folks. If you are currently not following Irish John, you're a fool. You're a fool of a took. You gotta click that heart. Give Irish John some love, folks. Give him some love. Check out that stream. It's one of the most fun places to do. He hooked up with Micro Pros. Micro Pros hooked up with John, and they're gonna, they're bringing that game to the next level, folks. It's gonna be awesome. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. All right, folks. I got lost in the chat there. If I missed anything, please let me know, and I will do my best to respond. All right, folks. What the heck are we doing, John? I'm so glad you're here, my friend. We are working on. You're here for day one. You're here for day one. We are defining what it means to be an inventory grid. So my goal here is to make a Diablo-inspired inventory system. Diablo-inspired inventory system. Here we go. In which you're able to specify these grids like this, right? So you have a grid-based inventory. And so the basis is just a grid-based inventory, and I want to practice using the UI toolkit some more. So in Unity, we have the UI toolkit now, and I want to see if I can define a template that is parameterized where you can just give it the number of rows and number of columns you have, and it will dynamically change. Exactly. I want my items to have sizes, and I want my inventory to have sizes like this. And then if I get lucky, if we have enough time, I want to make it so you can have like containers that you can sort of right click to open and get like additional slots. So you might have like a backpack slot, a backpack item you click on, it'll open up and there'll be items inside of that. So having like nest items that you can nest stuff in, that's like a what I'd call a stretch goal. It's a bonus goal here. But our goals for the project as right now, we have 5 days to do this project because I didn't stream yesterday. I'm not streaming on Friday. So we have 5 days. That's right, Codex. Backpacks and backpacks and backpacks. No. So one of the restrictions that I would like to implement here, let me get my doc cam up here. So that's one of the things that if I make it that far. So here's sort of our learning goals for this project. Our project here, we're gonna practice our knowledge. We're gonna practice our knowledge of the UI toolkit. So my whole goal in this project is to learn more about UI toolkit. That's the learning goal. It's explore. I want to learn how to make templates and explore using variables in the Unity style sheets. That seems really, really exciting to me. To start out, we're going to define a basic inventory grid, and an iInventory item can go inside of that. So an iInventory item can fit inside the grid. And then our bonus goal, I don't think we're going to get here, but we might, is to add equipment slots that are dependent on tags. So you'll have a tag system that you can add to an item. So you might say that, well, this item is a container. And so then certain grids, you could specify what can and cannot go in there. So inside of a container, you'd restrict it so you can't nest containers inside. But maybe you could. Maybe you can nest smaller. So you might have you might have an object called a crate, right? And then a crate could have a small container inside of it. But small containers couldn't put other stuff in there. So this is sort of my goals for this one. This is the base. We have 5 days, so I'm saying about 10 hours. What can I get done in 10-ish hours here? And then if we make it further, and this might just be our inventory system part 2. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, handwritten notes on this thing are awesome. John says, wasn't there a bug in Tarkov or something where you could have perpetual storage by nesting them? Yeah, so can you put a bag in a bag in a bag in a bag in a bag? We'll find out. Codex says, I know in DayZ you could early on. Cool. So like a backpack can have attachments. So like a hand shovel or a flashlight. Exactly. So that's sort of the idea that I want. How big are the items? You can specify that. So the items have a size associated with them. So we're gonna add a little comment here. The cref inventory item interface specifies. I forgot a double end quote. Specifies interface specifies an item that can be placed within an cref equals inventory grid. Regnus says, I wish I understood any of this. Well, if you have any questions, if I'm going too fast, inventory, feel free to ask me to slow down or to re-explain something. I'm happy to do so. But the idea here is that inventory items can have a size specified. So this is sort of like the number of rows and the number of columns they take up. And then our grid is going to be able to you'll be able to put things inside of it. Specifying an item that can be placed within an inventory grid. Implementing, and then I'll probably put in some documentation here. It says like, to use the inventory grid, simply implement this on your scriptable object. Something along those lines. Yeah. Irish John says comments. I know. Look. I'm trying to be a good developer, my friend. I'm trying to be a good developer, and here's why. Here's why the comments are so nice. I'm trying to make reusable systems that other people can take and drop into their projects if they want to. So let me show you the fancy part of this. All right. So we have our inventory item size here. The amount of space this item cref inventory, can I autocomplete inventory item occupies. Other people like you in a year. Exactly. Other people like me. So here's why I'm doing this. Because I learned about this here. Irish John says, I've got so much code that I need to add comments to. It's so difficult to keep up with that kind of stuff. What I should probably start. So something you could do. ChatGPT is pretty good at defining, at writing this stuff for us. Let's see. I forgot the command specifically, but check this out. Check this out, folks. If I do this, hang on. Docfx ls. Oh, so Captain Coder Core. Here it is. If I run this, folks. Check this out. Lance says, Regnus, I have said that many times with code that I'm writing. It comes with practice. Absolutely. Practice. You'll get better. But that's why I say ask questions. If something doesn't make sense, you're probably not the only one that feels that way. All right, so now, and this is going to be localhost 8080. My API documentation, look at this. Now I have this nice little document here that I can ship with my products, ship with this code, say, well, how am I supposed to use this thing? How are these things supposed to be used together? How are they used in tandem? By writing this, I get these little pages generated for me. And so the idea is as I go, people can look at this and say how it's supposed to use. So the idea is I'd eventually add some examples and stuff here. That's the idea. Whether or not that actually will happen is another question. Whether or not that'll actually happen is another question. All right. Okay. Codex says already more documentation than Unity job system. True. That's probably true, folks. All right. How long have we gone since our last break? 68 minutes. It's almost time for another break. I know it's time for breaks. I just finished my coffee. Let me drink a little bit more water. Gotta love that water, folks. Gotta love that water. All right. Another good reason for me to adding the documentation here, since I'm defining these as linked libraries that I'm gonna put in. The libraries, if I generating this documentation makes it so I have that documentation in the Unity project as well. Okay. Codex says, to know if you answered earlier, is your schedule accurate? Are you going long today? I'm going at least another hour. I'm going to go at least another hour. On my schedule, I didn't know my schedule said how long I go to. Twitch, let's go check that out. Twitch, the Captain Coder. Is there's like a schedule here? Oh, look at that guy. Schedule. How do I get to the schedule? So I just, on here it just says 5 a.m. for me. Click my avatar. Okay. Schedule. What does it say on my schedule? Oh, yeah. So that's essentially what I was planning to do. That said, like we're at the end of this right now, actually. Or did my schedule say, does my schedule say longer than that? All right. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'll probably go at least another hour here. Good questions. Good questions, folks. I do start, Shiny, I do start 5 a.m. 5 a.m. local time is when I start streaming. I know I'm a madman. Lance says, sadly, it is sleepy time for me. Need to get ready for tonight's shift. I will happily lurk and listen, though. Lance, as always, my friend, thank you so much for being here. Happy to see you. Keep coding, keep growing. Enjoy your rest. Take care of yourself. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Isn't this a 24-hour stream? No. That's in April. That's in April. When we do this game jam, we're doing the streamathon in April. Elite Stomper, you got this confused with April. We're not there yet, but then it's gonna be madness. It's gonna be madness. It's gonna be what did they always say to Hulk Hogan? Pandemonium. It's gonna be pandemonium. That's right. Kamino, thank you for the follow. Kamino, how are you, my friend? Kamino, I'd like to welcome you to the crew of Captain Coder. Kamino, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I'm sorry if I got that name wrong. Feel free to correct me. So happy to have you here this beautiful Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you happen to be in the world. Kodak says, Jern Jam 2. Lazmat says, getting up at 5 a.m., not a real coder. That's the time you're supposed to go to bed. I know. Elite Stomper says, oh yeah, still wondering if you need any assets for that game jam. I'm sure I will. I just don't know what it is yet. So when we get to the jam, they'll release sort of the schedule, or sorry, the theme. So I won't really know what it is until I get to the theme. That said, I'm sure I'm going to need plenty of assets. I'll probably generate a lot of them and use open source. I am not an artist, but yeah. Jern Jam 2. Isn't Jern Jam is past, right? Irish John, let's go check that out. Irish John Games. Cody says, don't think I'm still permitted, but you can Google Jern Jam and the itch page will come up. It should be on John's about page, I think. Jern Jam. Or is there a second one? Jern Jam. 2022 was a huge success. Jern Jam. When is Jern Jam 2? Is it Jern Jam 2? XD, welcome back, my friend. Oh, okay, gotcha. You were joking. Gotcha. I understand. Okay, Codex. ZG. G Shinji, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. XD, welcome back to the crew. So happy to have you here. It was back in December. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. What are we doing today? We are starting a new project today. We are starting a new project. Let me show you what we're doing. We are going to be implementing, the goal is to implement a Diablo-inspired inventory system. I don't know why it does that. I want this to just pop up bigger. A Diablo-inspired inventory. Why, Google? Why do you make my life so hard? All right, a Diablo-inspired inventory grid-based system. And the idea is, so you have items that have a width and a height. So you have items that occupy, the items have sizes, and the inventory can only store so many things in it based on that. So it's like an inventory management. G Sinji says, hey man, last time I joined, you were talking about carpal tunnel and made us do stretches. One day later, I got extreme wrist pain. Another day later, I got diagnosed with suspected carpal tunnel syndrome. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that you have carpal tunnel syndrome, because it is not a fun, pleasant experience at all. I was having horrible. So I use a new keyboard now. I have a mouse and a keyboard that I use. I'm so sorry to hear that you've been afflicted with that. I hope it doesn't too bad. This mouse I cannot recommend enough. this Anchor mouse. Look up Anchor ergonomic mouse. It's you hold it sideways. All the pain in my hand, so my hand used to go numb and ache from using a mouse. And I tried like the ball mouses, and I hated that. But this mouse, I have no pain since I started using it. Overnight, pain went away. Similarly, I'm using, and they're cheap. The mouse is like $20. The mouse is not expensive. I also use the Kinesis Advantage. So this is the keyboard I use. Highly recommend this one. But this keyboard is about $400. So this is not at a price point that most people can do. Mine is in my right side. My whole arm on a normal keyboard goes numb. Like this whole side of my arm goes numb when I'm using it, and I get horrible pain later. That said, this keyboard, I've had it for 10 years now. It's a game changer for me. Absolutely phenomenal keyboard. It takes a little bit of time to learn how to use it. It is expensive. I'm sure there are cheaper alternatives that will be similar. This keyboard comes with 2 foot pedals as well. I don't use the foot pedals anymore because I stand now. I work at a standing desk, and I can't use them while I stand. But when I was sitting, I used to use the foot pedals, and they're every key is programmable. Foot pedals are programmable. I used to use them for my Control and Alt keys. Control and Shift keys. So my Shift keys were on my feet previously, but now that I'm at a standing desk, I don't use them. It's a fantastic keyboard, a little bit expensive, quite a bit expensive is what I'll say. Daniel, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Tuesday. How the heck are you, Daniel? How is school going for you? All right, folks, we do need to take a break here. Let's see, it's been 76 minutes since our last break. We're gonna hop off here just for a moment. I'm gonna be back. I need a brew. I'm not gonna drink I had 2 coffees. I had 2 bean waters already today. I need to get myself a little break here. I'm out of water. I'm out of coffee. I'm gonna get myself some herb water. I'm gonna get myself some Earl Grey tea, some herb water. Take a quick break. I'll be back in the amount of time it takes me to boil water. So about 3 minutes, folks. When we get back, we're gonna do some stretches. We're gonna take care of ourselves. The captain loves you, and if the captain loves you, that means you deserve to be loved, and you should love yourself. And if you love yourself, you gotta take care of your body, and we're gonna do some stretches. So stay tuned. I shall be right back. All right, folks, the captain's back. I'm so sorry that I kept you waiting. Thank you for bearing with me while I boiled up some water for my herb water. Thank you so much for bearing with me. I hope that bear didn't eat you. But we're back. My water is hot. My tea bag is steeping, and you know what that means? That means we got to do something when we wake. 'Cause I can't just drink hot water. I guess I could. I don't want to drink just hot water with an unsteeped tea bag in it. That's no bueno. That's no good. So while we wait for that to happen, we're gonna do some stretches, folks. So get on up. Get on up. The cap. You're a lovely person out there. Hey, hey, hey. You in the back. Pay attention. You're a lovely person. Captain Coder loves you because you're a lovely person. The captain loves you, so you should love you. And if you love you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to give that body some love. So get on up. We're going to take care of ourselves. We're going to do a little bit of stretchage here. Microwavable Hug says, beat Star Citizen to release. I'm assuming you're referring specifically to today's the letter of the day is R. R is for Revere, everybody, who's making a space trucking game. Yes, yes. It is. All right, but arms up. We're going to do some stretching. Arms up at the sides, folks. Put them on up, and we're going to rotate back and forth. Nice and slow, nice and gentle. Feet shoulder width apart. As you get to the ends, go ahead and push a little bit. Push it in a little bit as you get to the sides. You don't want to hurt. If you feel pain, you're doing it too hard. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to go too fast either. Easy to pull something if you're going super fast. We're just going back and forth. Fourth and fifth, third and fourth, back and forth, folks, back and forth, to and fro, you might say. All right, now we're gonna take those arms up as we come across, lean into it, reach up and lean into it there, side to side, leaning into it. Get those stretches in, take care of that body, folks. It's good for you. Oh, yeah. Does it feel good? Does it feel good? It feels great for me. I hope you're loving this. I hope you're enjoying it. If you're not loving it, that's okay. I just hope you're taking care of yourself, getting that blood flowing a little bit, because you deserve it. You deserve to take care of your body. All right. So now we're going to do, you go across from top down to bottom, lean into it on the side there, and then bring it back up. We're just going to make these crosses, back and forth, up and down, up and down. Just a few more times, folks. Just take care of that body. Up and down. There's nothing to see, Codex. There's nothing to see. No games back there. It's just a figment of your imagination. Figment of your imagination. No, I'm a big board game enthusiast. I think board games are awesome. When I taught in person, it's been a little harder now that I'm not in person, but when I was in person, I would use board games as a way to teach logic and rules. Wow. Shake it out. Shake it out, folks. That was good. That was good. Whew. Whew. All right. Let's do some arm circles, folks. We're going to start with small arm circles, arms at the side. Just do some arm circles there. Codex, I don't own Dominion. I love that game, though. Maybe I have it somewhere on the shelf. I feel like I played it a lot. Other friends happen to have them on. Arm circles. We're going back. All right, now big arm circles. Big arm circles. Really get that blood flowing. Some nice little stuff here. Codex says, early in my career, I had a CTO that designed games on the side. They were a ton of fun. That's awesome. I have two friends. All right, small arms. I have several friends, but two of my friends. Big shout out to Magpie Games, everybody. I went to high school with the owners of Magpie Games. Awesome indie game developers, indie board game developers. Now big arm circles. Just get that blood flowing. Get that blood flowing. Oh, feels good. I think it feels good. Excellent, excellent. Now let's roll out that neck a little bit. So we're just gonna roll the neck around. I'm going clockwise right now. Just do 4 nice big clockwise rotations on that neck, and then do the counterclockwise rotation. Is this clockwise? I think I started with counterclockwise and now I'm going clockwise. I'm not sure. Oh. Try not to get yourself dizzy. You don't want to go fast on these. Just nice and slow. Nice and slow. All right, everyone. Deep breath in me. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4, hold it, and out. Oh, if you can't do the neck rolls, don't worry, my friends. Just try and take care of yourself. In for 4, hold, and out. Last time, in, hold, and out. Shake it out, folks. Get that blood flowing. Take care of yourself. You got to take care of yourself, because if you're like me, you're sedentary, you're in front of that computer all day, you're in front of that TV all day, you're in front of that video game console all day, and you're hurting your body. You're getting those RSIs and you don't even know it. You don't even realize it. And those RSIs can be brutal on your body long term. Master Chaos Captain doing some weird rituals again. Oh, well, I hope you're enjoying them. I just want everyone to take care of themselves, and everyone for joining me in those stretches, folks. 50 points to all of you. I appreciate you being here to do it. And the camera follows. That's right, Proton. The camera follows me about. You know, that AI just wants to make sure you can see it all. Dustin says my body is in shock. I should do that more. Look, let me say I started doing that in January, I think. I was doing like my partner's into gymnastics, like amateur gymnast, you might say, incredibly flexible. She wanted to do a flipping class, and there was a 30-day program that we did together to prep our bodies for that. I'm not doing the flipping program, and part of that was stretching and just like these relatively hardcore lower body exercises. My legs and stuff were super sore. Started doing these stretches every day. It's just good to take care of yourself in general. It's a great excuse for people to do it. It's crazy. I'm so flexible compared to where I was before. I can touch my toes, folks. I can reach down, I can bend down and touch my toes. It's amazing. All right, reset that break timer. We're gonna go for at least 45 more minutes. I have work in an hour and 30 minutes. Okay, so I do have to wrap up at least in an hour. So I'm gonna say 45-ish more minutes here. But yeah, please take care of yourself. Take care of your body, because the captain loves you, and I hope you love yourself too. Before we get back into I do gotta get a shout out here to Moonniz. Moonniz, folks. Incredible streamer. He is currently working on a Metroidvania based game. Moonvania, if you will. That's the working title, I believe. But give Moonniz some love, folks. We gotta love Moonniz. Moonniz has essentially taught me everything I know about Unity at this point. I just started Unity. He showed up in my stream, been helping me, coaching me through it. Please give him some love. Go check him out. Absolutely wonderful streamer. Love me some Moonniz. And Moonniz, thank you for all of your help, my friend. I appreciate you. All right. Move this back over. Master Chaos says, I'm not stretching much right now, but how much I walk every day, I think I spend more time on my feet than sitting. Good. All I'm saying is love yourself. Love yourself, love your body. Kodak says, I miss a standing desk. There's a lifestyle. Oh, dude, standing desk cured my back pain overnight for me. Not for everyone. It can be rough on other parts of your body for other people. Daniel says, oh, it's fixed. I actually wrote IF stream for one file and then IF stream for another file, but I needed an IF stream for one and OF stream. So in stream and out stream. Gotcha. I'm glad you fixed it, my friend. I'm glad you fixed it. But yeah, for me, I had horrible back pain for years, and switching to a standing desk cured it. It was fixed overnight, essentially. All right, so we're going to continue defining out this inventory grid. So we want to be able to see what's in a specific slot, right? So we can pick up an item at a specific slot. And so what's interesting about this is an item can occupy multiple spaces. So that's fine, I think. We need to be able to check what's in each slot, I believe, too. Master Cass says, checked my phone recently. It said I do 16K steps every day. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. So I mean, that's awesome. Good for you. I think 10K steps is a really good goal for most people. I think that's about 5 miles of walking per day is 10K. Depends on your stride, of course. But I think 10K steps a day is really, really good. It might even be 5K. I can't remember. Oh, my herb water's ready, folks. This delicious, delicious herb water. All right, did I reset my timer? Let's see, break. I did, okay. So we're gonna hop back in here, try and get item at. We need to be able to ask, not just get item, but get items. So we should have another thing here. I'm gonna do a public IEnumerable of position and inventory item. Okay, and this is going to be our items. This is going to return, and I got to import this real quick. Encapsulate. Why is this thing? I think this is just complaining that I'm not using system.collections.generic. I think that's the real complaint, is it not? What is this really thing? Exposes the enumerator which supports a simple iteration over interfaces cannot contain instance fields. Oh, I gotta give it a get. Codex says, do you need to do key value pair? So I would like to be able to, when I get my items back, know, thank you. I need to put this in a tuple. This should be a tuple. When I get it back, I want to be able to get their positions of it, not just the items, but the items don't know where they are in the inventory. So this will actually give us back the items and the inventory. That said, it might make sense to have, I don't know that this makes sense. I don't know when I would ever do it without the position as well, aside to just check what's in the inventory. So it might make sense to do something else. I'm not 100% sure. So the name of this might not be correct in that regard, but we're gonna return the comment here is gonna say a enumerable containing one entry for every item inventory item in this CCRF inventory grid. Cody says, I didn't think of a tuple. I've seen other things do key value pair, but I suppose that's best if it's backed by a hash set. Yeah, so the idea is it's not actually a key value pair. Neither of these is a key or a value. The inventory item actually occupies multiple spaces. This position is going to be the position it's the top left cell. Master Chaos says, I think it would be better to create a new class rec called cell data or something with both items and its position, and maybe even something else, and return that as a list. Maybe. So top left, what I should do is, at the very least, I should name this top left, and this should be item. I don't know if I need... that said, you're probably right, Master Chaos. This is why I like the backseat coding here, because I often try and do the lazy thing, and this is actually, your suggestion is probably better. But it requires me to make a class, and I don't want to. But we're in C#11 where this becomes super, super easy. It shouldn't be a struct. The reason it shouldn't be struct is because the item is not a struct. The item's an inventory, so you don't want it to be a struct anyway, but a new class makes sense. And so I'm actually going to nest an item in here, a class in here. Public record. All right, so we're going to do a record. Yeah, I'll elaborate on why it shouldn't be a struct in just a moment. Great question, Codex. So public record entry might be the right word for it. I'm not 100% sure. One thing here, inventory grid of, I think this needs to be an inventory grid of type T as well. Yes, I'm gonna have to make this Do I have to make it type T? I'm not 100% sure actually this time. Enumerate says, good day to you, Captain. Enumerate, enumerate, enumerate. I love your name. Enumerate, thank you so much for coming on back. Welcome back, my friend. Happy to have you here. And this is just going to be a position top left. And I inventory item. All right, so we're just going to make a record like this. And this is going to be an enumerable of entries. I don't like the word entry. Someone please give me a better name than entry here. Chaos said cell data. I think I equally don't like that. Entry and cell data feel bad. Chaos says, I'm making this, this is an excellent question. This is an excellent question, Master Chaos. I am making this, slots, inventory slots. Yeah, slots. How do we feel about slot? I like that. I'm gonna call this a grid slot. Okay. And we're gonna put a summary here for that, and we'll put it out. Nuri says, how is ya? I'm doing some late night programming, so thought it would be nice to watch you on the side. Naming is hard, okay? Naming is super hard, okay? Enumerate, I am having a fabulous day. I'm in an excellent mood. I'm here today. I didn't get to stream yesterday, and so I'm so happy to get to stream today. Master Cass, I am eventually, this is all of the stuff that it doesn't require Unity engine. I'm doing in a DLL here. And then my Unity library. So the idea is I'm making a tool. All the logic should be independent of Unity. All right, so all of the logic's independent of Unity. And then I build this as a library that I reference in Unity. So the DLL is available to Unity here. And then my Unity version, this is where I'm going to have all my scriptable objects. Those will be implementations of these interfaces. So the idea, and this is my crazy idea, the idea is this would be a library where I could have it, all of the logic, I don't have to write it once for the logic part, and then sort of the UI layer, the data layer that is specific to Unity comes in as a Unity lib. And then I could potentially do the same thing in Godot, and I don't have to actually re-implement the logic all over the place. And so it's sort of like isolating the logic from the actual, so the logic implementation. Matscast says, oh, interesting, I don't do that because it's hard to test. I actually think it's easier to test, but the whole reason I'm doing it is because this then allows me to use use XUnit to test it. So I'm actually doing it. One of the main reasons I'm doing it is it's actually, for me, it makes it easier to test the logic. And then so like my logic tests are going to be all done in XUnit external of Unity. And then it's sort of like a packable library I can just drop in anywhere I want to use it. That's the idea. It should be something I can drop in. Yeah, Numerate, you got the best name, my friend. Muniz, no problem. I love giving you a shout out, my friend. As I was telling everyone, anyone who doesn't know, real quick, we'll give you another one real quick. Moon. You got to go through the clouds to get to the moon, fellas. You got to go through the clouds to get to the moon. Give Mooniv some love. Yeah. So Master Cats, I'm trying. So in the last project, we learned how to do the DLLs and stuff like that. Master Cats says, but here's a secret: you can compile code you've written in Unity into a DLL 2. Yes, but you cannot use C#11. You can't use .NET 7 for your test. You can't use XUnit for your tests. You're stuck with NUnit. And then I can use C#11. C#11, folks. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And then I can do these beautiful record types like this. Exactly, Smab. It's hard to use the language features that way. Daniel says, recently I downloaded Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Have been playing it a couple of times with my brother. Gotcha. So Codex, you asked a great question. You said, why should we use a class instead of a struct? Why should I use a class instead of a struct? So here are some guidelines for when to use a struct. So it has to do with how the difference between a struct and a class. All right, so a struct, and let's get my .cam up here. .cam, let's click that marker button. Click a marker button here. Proton says, today was a day I once again think, is there any sense in my streaming? One dude wrote me in Twitch Whisper and suggested me to contact his friend who streams and has a big channel. I did not, but I checked the friend. Try guess the number of followers. I have no idea. You put me on the spot. Put me on the spot, Proton. let's go with 100 followers, or how many followers? I don't know. So Codex 350K. Jeez. If I had that many followers, I don't even know. That would just freak me out. I have 31 viewers right now, and that freaks me out. I don't know if I can handle much more than that. I kind of like having the crew be nice and small a little bit. I don't know what I'd do if it got too big. I kind of don't want to get too big. And I'm scared. People say like, well, you're scared of success. All right, so Codex, I'll explain records a little bit. They're just special syntax. 350K, yikes, that's a lot. Okay, so a struct, so there's, okay, so struct is a value type. All right, so a struct is a value type. A class is a reference type. All right, so this is the key importance here when you're talking about when should I use a struct versus when should I use a class is, do you want a value type or a record type? So a value type lives on the stack. And so you might ask, well, what the heck is the stack? So, and a class lives on a reference type lives on the heap. So there's these two different places where you might have data stored. One is called the stack and one is called the heap. So on the stack, the value type, it looks like this. So let's say I had some code that said that I have a struct. So I have a struct position. So I have position 5, 7. So when I do this, so x equals position 5, 7, y equals x. Okay. This makes a copy because it's a value type. So on the stack, I have a chunk of data called x, and x in it has a row 5 and a column 7. And then I also have on the stack another reference called row. Another reference. This one's called y. It's not a reference. Another value, another spot for data. I have more data called 7. So x and y are independent. I said it equal. Now if I did y dot row equals 2, that modifies this value. So this is a value type. It's a copy of those things. It's a copy. Okay. So this is a value type. Value type. When we have a reference type, so reference type, ref type. When I have a reference type, it would say something. So let's imagine position was a reference. I say x equals new position 5, 7. I have a variable x over here on the stack, and that has a pointer to a chunk of data, and that has a row 5 and a column 7. If I do y equals x, y now points to the same thing, and then if I do y dot row equals 2, it changes both of them. It doesn't change both of them, it changes the data. Since they're both pointing at the same thing, you end up with both of them sort of pointing at the same thing. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope so. So why would I want to choose? So you might ask, well, why would you ever choose a struct over that? Doesn't a struct use more memory? And the answer is kind of. It does. But there's not the overhead of creating these references and pointing and matching things. In this case, oops, what did I do? In this case, if I wanted multiples, I could. The compiler doesn't have to keep track of this during garbage collection. So this is garbage collected. This is not garbage collected. So you might ask the question, well, when should I keep track of a struct? Well, if my struct has references to the heap anyway, you don't want them. So I hope that kind of answers your question, Codex. And so a struct should be small. So the idea is struct should be small and only contain value types. And because our I inventory item is not a value type, we don't want that grid cell to be a struct. Art says in C# it's not possible to allocate memory on the heap for a struct. You can. So there's another thing called a ref struct. So you can have a ref struct. So there's another type. Art, good question. There's a type called a reference struct, which does exactly that. Does exactly that. All right. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, welcome to the crew. Happy to have you here. That name's a little rough. I hope it's okay that I'm not saying the last part. But Scooby-Dooby-Doo, welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew, Scooby-Doo. Thank you so much for the follow. Just in case you didn't know, Captain Coder's me. Me is Captain Coder. Come on, Cameron. You can follow me. And Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach programming and computer science to kids aged 10 through 14 at the school I work for. But this is a family-friendly stream. So welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, computer science related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Happy to entertain anything you have. Just keep them PG related, my friends. And also backseat coding is highly encouraged. So let me go back to chat here because I was distracted a little bit by here. Let's see if we can find what people are saying. Master Chaos was specifically asking about it in use first place. You can only support C# 9 and not all the features. Yes, exactly. So I love that. Proton, you're right. Big streamers earn, like, it's their career. I don't think I want this to be a job. For me, I wouldn't want it to be a job. It's just too stressful for me. For me, it's subjective. I already get slightly overwhelmed sometimes with just 30. Let's see. Art, I answered the question about structs, I believe. So there's a type called a reference struct, which allows you to allocate it on the heap. Right, love the e-ink tablet. Me too. Thank you so much for the compliment. Proton says, I once saw a hype train beyond belief, level 15. Wow, yeah. Art says, what's the whole point? Structs prevent the heap allocations. So there's sometimes I think when you might want to be able to do something like that. But typically you're just going to use a class instead. Enumerate says, I usually stick to streamers with single digit viewer counts. Personally, I feel it's easier to carry on a conversation. Yeah. So I love the personalness of this stream. So it's doing my best to keep up with everyone. I hope that Codex, if you saw this, I hope that helped. Scooby-Doo says, appreciate the kindness and potential help. I'll be back later when I'm coding. Wanting to follow to remember you later as I'm in the middle of some gaming. Enjoy your gaming, my friend. And thank you for the lurk. Captain Coder Academy knows that there are many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here. Have yourself a beautiful day, as always. Keep coding, keep growing, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. All right, so that's sort of the difference between structs and classes. In C# we have record types, we have value types, and I think there's 4 types. There's also pointer types, C# data types. Let's see if we can come up here. We have resident types. There's pointer types in C# as well. One sec. Critic says, yeah, I knew the value versus ref type concept. Didn't consider that struct storing a ref type would keep it around indefinitely. It doesn't keep the struct around indefinitely. It's just that it's typically struct should be read-only data. And so it's generally a good guideline. It's a good guideline to follow. Is if you have a reference type in a struct, you're probably doing something wrong. That said, that's not all. There are situations where there's you want a reference in there, but typically that's not the use case for them. Master K says, watching a small stream and watching a big stream are 2 different experiences. Small streams are like, seems good, and big streams are like, oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't know how I would handle, I feel like I can barely handle the number of viewers I have right now. I'd have to figure out a different format. I'd have to figure out a different pro. It says, I can't understand why those players are such magnets. I just, look, why do people like what they like? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so I was gonna add a documentation here that says, okay, a cref equals grid slot is a container represents where the top left corner of an cref I inventory item is within a cref equals I inventory grid. So one question we might ask is, like, since we're doing it this way, does it make sense for us to actually include the I inventory grid as well, I inventory grid that we're on? It might. That might make sense here to do it this way. So we have the grid itself here as well. All right, it says watching a big stream is more along the lines of going to the theater or cinema where all watching the same thing, but the interaction is minimal. Yeah. I think that's a good representation of it. Chris says, oh, I thought you said structs aren't garbage collected, so if you don't nullify default, the ref type in that would be garbage collected doing a shop. So structs don't get garbage collected because they're short-lived. At the end of a method call, the struct's gone. So it lives on the stack. So it lives inside of the local method. So for example, right here, when I call try get item at position, I don't have to allocate this in the heap. This is allocated on the stack. And then when I'm done with this method, it just sort of disappears. It doesn't get garbage collected. It's just, I don't use it anymore. The next time I make another call, it's like that. It puts that on the stack in that space. I hope that makes sense. So it doesn't get garbage collected because it's not in the heap. Only things in the heap get garbage collected. The stack is something that grows and shrinks as your program executes method calls. Master Case says, I would say the experience is more like watching a game on a stadium, but you get the point. Yeah, exactly. You have I think you both have really good analogies for it. It depends on what you're watching it for, I suppose. Okay, and then we'll add in the parameter. Can I just delete this? If I delete this, does it complain? Okay, so I don't need those. Jade and Joestar says, hey, I stopped listening to Spotify so I could watch the stream. Well, welcome aboard, Jade and Joestar. Welcome back. So happy to have you here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, my friend. Always happy to entertain them. All right, so this is going to be an enumeral containing one entry for every item in this, every inventory in this grid. Okay. All right, so we get our items here. Ginger says, I just had a Funyun flavored Lay's potato chip. Fascinating. It's like dipping them in onion dip, but you don't have to use the dip. Great stuff. So let me ask a question is, do they have potato chips that are now fun? Like it's an official Lay's potato chip that's like Lay's potato chip Funyun edition or something like that? I'm quite curious. I mostly only eat tortilla chips with salsa, and I really like salt and vinegar chips. So those are like my two chips of choice. I don't remember the last time I had something that wasn't one of those. I'm sure I did. In Canada, I had a ketchup. I saw ketchup chips and thought that was interesting. Found it at the store near the hospital. Oh, gotcha. Near my hospital. Gotcha. All right. So we're trying to define this interface with the time we have left today. So we want to be able to get the item at a specific position. We want to know what items are in there so we know what position. We can also do public bool has item at. Do we want a has item at, or do we want something that's like a grid slot has item at position like this? I don't know if I care that much about this documentation here. What about public Bool try set item at. All right. Position, I inventory item like this. Codex says the record docs are a little long. I'll read up on that later tonight. So Codex, the simple idea is that this line of code here gives me the following: public class grid slot. It'd be like immutable grid slot. Public immutable grid slot, position top left, I inventory item. It reduces what we often call boilerplate. All right, so you could write a class like this that then has a public top left, public position top left. Then you say top left equals top left. Right, and this would be a get. Public I inventory item get public this would be inventory grid. I inventory grid like this, and then in your construct you'd say item equals item. So it's a shorthand for this: grid equals grid, but it also implements, it gives you a bunch of methods for free as well. So it generates these. So the biggest thing is you ascend, and it also gives you a toString. So it does a bunch of niceties there. Great question, Mario. The twitch.tv/thecaptaincoder. There you go. I think it might be, if it's not in the description in the video, I gotta fix that. But yeah, so record type essentially gives you all of this for free and a little more. It gives you a bunch of little stuff, and it also lets the compiler know, hey, this thing is essentially read-only, so the compiler may be able to do some optimizations for you. I hope that answered your question, Codex, but the general idea is it creates an immutable data type with read-only getters for these. They can do Elite Storm Striker, I welcome you, my friend, to the Captain Coder's Academy. Elite Storm Strike, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome aboard, my friend. You are here today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Elite Storm Strike, happy Tuesday to you, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope you're enjoying it. We also got Guzmo. I'd like to welcome you, my friend. Guzmo, join the crew. I'd like to welcome you. Yes, Guzmo, my friend, you are here today at Captain Coder's Academy, and you are welcome, my friend. Yes, you are, and I thank thee. Guzmo, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Anyone who's new here, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator, computer programming teacher. I teach at a school for ages 10 to 14, and I'm so happy you're here. That said, questions are absolutely encouraged. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, please ask, but keep them PG, my friend, PG-11 I'd like to keep this family friendly. And backseat coding is super encouraged because we're learning to code and grow and get better as a crew, get better and as ourselves. All right, so welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Let's keep on moving, folks, because we're making some progress. So I'm not sure I need this has item. I like it for the quick lookup check. The ideally this would be a quick check whether something exists in a spot. Try set item at. The idea is this one returns true if the let's change this to is occupied. Returns true if the specified position is occupied and false otherwise. Okay. Try set item at is gonna place attempts to add the specified param name item. Attempts to add the specified item at item to this inventory. Returns true if the item, well, that didn't work. The item was added successfully and false otherwise. Okay. What does your school teach to kids that age? When I was that age, I was teaching myself Python using the tutorial docs, but couldn't take any programming classes until high school. There was an hour of code, though, for example, that I did enjoy. So I work at a fully remote online school that is pretty atypical. I'll say it's pretty atypical. This term, so students get to sign up for the classes that they'd like to. The classes I'm teaching this term are an Intro to C# class. I'm teaching an Intro to Web Development class. I'm teaching a class called Intro to Competitive Programming, which is like you need to have about a year of programming to attempt that class. I'm teaching a class called Coding Interactive Fiction. And then I'm teaching one more class. I'm teaching 5 classes. What's the 5th one? Oh, I'm teaching an Intro to Unity class. So those are the classes I'm teaching this term as far as computer science related classes go. We have a couple other computer science teachers as well. But the students, it's a middle school, so there's no grades. You get like written evaluations. And you know, it's not for everyone, but it's a school for students and parents who specifically want to be remote. Sorry on. Oh, carry on, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Oh, carry on, oh, carry on. Oh, welcome to the crew. I'd like to thank you for following me. Oh, carry on. Please let me know if I'm saying that wrong. I'm pretty sure it's not. Oh, carry on. Oh, carry on. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. We also got Grumble of Pugs. Thank you for the raid. Whoa. Got a raid coming in. Grumble Pugs, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy Tuesday. How the heck are you? How was your stream, my friend? Good. So nice to have you here. Evan, if you're not following Grumble of Pugs, you gotta do it. Grumble of Pugs. Shout out Grumble of Pugs, folks. Real quick, why shout out Grumble of Pugs? Real quick, folks, attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat for a moment. Grumble of Pugs just rated us. Awesome game developer over there. Gotta kick that heart. Click that heart. Give him some love. Give him. If you're not loving Grumble of Pugs, love him. Love Grumble of Pugs. Love him. The captain loves him, so you should love him too. Elite Storm. Sorry, I'm getting lost in the chat here. Let's see what I missed. Jaden Joe says, the earlier you find that passion, the better. 9th grade onward, I learned programming from textbooks. I learned most of my programming from books. Devro says, Captain, how's it going? What are we doing? What did I miss? Devro, welcome aboard. We are implementing we're trying to implement a inventory system. Diablo-esque inventory system, a grid-based inventory system where items have shapes and our inventories has cells in which you can place those items. So that's what we're going for on this one here. I hope that answered your question, Devro. New project this week. We finished our crafting system and we're moving forward. But yeah, welcome, Raiders. So happy to have you here. Grumblepug says, it's going well. I have to go start work. Hope you have a great stream. Enjoy your day, Grumblepugs. Thank you again so much for the raid. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. You are always welcome here. But Deborah asks, but does Grumble love us back? Grumble loves us. That's why Grumble's here. Grumble's here. I missed something. I swear I saw a question. I swear I saw a question. If I missed your question, please ask it again. I thought I saw Elite Stormstrike ask something. Oh, what book would you recommend for Unity? What book would I recommend for Unity specifically? Good question. Good question. So there's a couple books. If you already have C#, so there's a question I have to ask. Do you know the Muffin Man? No. How much programming do you already have under your belt? All right. So this I usually recommend learning C# first. Trying to learn C# and Unity at the same time is a lot of effort. It's really, really challenging. Programming is hard enough on top of learning game development. C# Player's Guide is the book I recommend to anyone who is wanting to learn C#. If you have a solid programming background, this book is still good at getting you C# specific stuff. And then also C# in a nutshell is more of a reference, but this is good. There's a new edition of this. This book I don't recommend for everyone. This is a book I recommend for people who want to get a deep understanding of C#, specifically, or have a nice reference where they don't have to necessarily Google stuff all the time. C# Player's Guide, and then for Unity specifically, learn C# developing games with Unity. There's a new edition, 2022, I believe, by Harrison Ferrone. This book is fantastic. Introduction to Unity. A fantastic introduction. That said, they're like head first C#. Does some Unity stuff. I don't think it's that good. It sort of misses the point on both C# and Unity a little bit. This book focuses heavily on doing Unity specific stuff. If anyone has other recommendations for books for for Unity specifically, I'd love to hear about it. If Smab happens to be around, I think Smab has a book that he's using and has recommended it. That said, if you're not paying attention, no worries. All right, Elite Stormstrike, I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much for asking. That tea's good, my friends. That tea is absolutely delicious. Got ourselves some Earl Grey herb water, folks. Earl Grey herb water. You're welcome. No. Thank you for asking. All right, so there's an interesting thing. So this shouldn't be called position. This is going to be called top left. Attempts to add the specified item to this inventory by placing its top left corner in the specified position. CRF equals position, like that. At least I'm also, just FYI, all the packed books can be downloaded usually at cheaper amounts, like $5 to $6 usually when on special. Yeah, and Humble Bundle has them on there a lot too. I personally struggle reading PDF books. It's hard on my eyes, I think. I like having physical books that I can write in. I love the physical books. Real quick, we gotta get it. I've been slacking on the shout outs, folks, but Art's been here for a while. Art Berkless is a game developer who's creating Warlock Scantlet. The Warlock Scantlet is a swords and sorcery themed first person hack and slash game, folks. You gotta give Art some love. Art has one of my favorite streams. I always say it's my favorite stream because it is. But now there's too many people here listening, so if I say it's my favorite, people think I'm playing favorites. But Art is absolutely my favorite streamer. Super low key. He is making his own game engine in C++. Super inspirational stream. I love it over there. I'm learning a lot about C++ and just hanging out there. Super chill environment. Absolutely wonderful. Give Art some love, folks. Go check out his stream. Jen just says, is your stream output 360p for my quality option? That's the highest now. I'm just using your stream background noisy audio. I should be streaming at 1080p. Can someone else verify that? I'm not an affiliate, so they might be doing something in that regard. But is anyone else stuck at 360p? Okay, other people have it 1080p. All right, gotcha. Yeah, my source is 1080p. So I'm not sure what's gonna. Maybe try refreshing. I'm not sure. Gotcha. Okay, thank you everyone for verifying that. Now it's changed after I complained. It heard you, Jaden Joestar. It heard you talking. I heard you talking. It's like I'll show Jaden. I'll show Jaden. All right. Yeah. So definitely give Art a follow, folks. Love it over there. And you're gonna be able to play. You're gonna be able to play the Warlock's Gauntlet very, very soon. At least the demo version. It looks awesome. It's one of the things I'm most excited about. All right. We're gonna try and set this in the if was successfully added false otherwise. Okay. So the idea is occupied. I kind of want Ginger says I'm not data, I'm on data, so being buffered. Gotcha. That makes sense. Try get item is occupied. Try set item at yeah, so try set item at will return true if you are able to do it. Oh, we need a remove item. That's right. So public bool try remove item at position top. Oh, actually, just to try remove item. That's what we'll do here. Just try remove item so you don't have to. If the item exists. Oh, but if there's multiple copies of it. That would mean that we have to hash try remove item at. We're gonna try and remove an item at a specific position. Position out I inventory item like this. Okay. HT cage. Is it Kage or cage? I'm curious. HT Kage. HT cage. Welcome. So nice to see you there. That's a great emote, my friend. Just clucking your way in, my friend. Hokage. HT Kage. Hokage. All right, so this one is going to be attempts to remove an item at the specified position, like that. If returns true, if an item, remove and let's go with item. An item. If an item was present and sets the param, return true if it was present and sets param ref name equals item to the removed item. Otherwise returns false and the item is undefined. Okay. Elite Star says that's what I enjoy about the streaming channels and watching people make games. You get to see the progress and understand the struggles and stuff they go through, and then the great feeling to see the game be released way better than anything on TV, in my opinion. I have found it absolutely fascinating and enjoyable. I'd never done it before, and I started streaming to record myself doing Advent of Code and just kind of fell in love with it. Rune Raven, I thank you for the follow. Rune Raven, thank you, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Rune Raven, I thank thee. And welcome, my friend, to the crew. Rune Raven, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. If you didn't know, Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator, and the stream is a place for my crew to learn and code and grow together and just have a wonderful time. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them PG, my friend. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. Justin, is that your background when teaching your students? Yes. So I actually went to school to be a music teacher. I have a music education degree. I also have a computer science degree. And then I went to graduate school. I went into a PhD program studying specifically computer science education. I didn't finish the PhD program. I was there for about 3 years, and for a variety of reasons, I got really sick of the program, and I got kind of sick myself because of the stress of it. But I was super interested in computer science education, and I've turned that into my career. I'm so happy to do it. I also have a background in software engineering, so for many years I did freelance, and then freelance consulting for startups where I consulted them on how to write unit tests. That was a big part of it, as well as implementation stuff. I've also worked for some bigger companies as well as a software engineer, but about, I think 3 or 4, I've always done a lot of teaching stuff. I finally was able to break into teaching in schools and got hired as a computer science teacher. And now I'm a full-time teacher at the school I work for. So yes, good question, great question. So I think, swap. I want to do a swap. Swap. So like the idea is if you're trying to put an item in a slot and there's something there, public bool swap item at. Maybe it should be called add or swap. Try set item at. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. No. I swap item at position top left. I inventory item to add, and then I inventory item. It's gonna be an out removed. All right. Deborah, is there a time for stretching session, or do you start them at random? I usually do 90 minutes. Let's see here. We did a stretching session 50 minutes ago, so you missed it. We usually do it every 60 to 90 minutes. 90 minutes is sort of like my cap where I got to take a break. So about every 60 to 90 minutes, I highly recommend people get up and move every, 60 minutes, 2 hours tops. Good question, Deborah. Okay. So swap items at. So this is almost like an add and remove. Try add and remove. Okay. So this one is gonna be, and maybe this is a bad name, but it does an add and remove at the same time. Okay. Adds an item. All right. So this one add. Here. This one's definitely going to add the item no matter what, if it will fit. Adds an item, but the item might be out of the bounds of it or some attempts. All right, here we go. Yeah, Dramlux, I tried try swap item. So there's I'm having a little bit of a struggle here. Because try swap item, I want you to be able to call this method with what you're trying to put into this position, and there doesn't have to be an item there. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is going to be a possibly had an item, getting an item back. And so this might tell me that I might need another thing rather than return. So it almost needs to be like a swap item result. Replace? That's a good question. Rune Raven says, I'm going to school right now for computer science and cybersecurity. Awesome. I'm considering switching to comp science software dev though. Looks like your channel will be helpful. Yeah, so you can't go wrong with a computer science degree. In my opinion, you can't go wrong with a computer science degree. That said, there's lots and lots of other options that you can't go wrong with either. Dramulx, so just swap on. Deborah says, hi Art, did you see my Discord message? Codex is suggesting replace. So it doesn't always replace something. So this isn't necessarily going to be anything. I want this to return true. Yeah, so I need to rethink this. Adds an item. I don't necessarily want you to have to check if there's something there and then call swap item. This isn't actually swapping the position of two things in the inventory. It's like you're adding an item, and if something's there, it's going to remove that item at the same time. So it's like try, add, remove. Try, add, remove. I think this needs a special type. So let me do this real quick. Public record, just to think through this idea here. Add, remove, results. Okay. And this is gonna have a bool that says was successful. And this isn't gonna be the result. This is just me thinking through it. So whether or not the item was added, right? whether or not the item could be added. Ginger Start says, Rune Raven, I'm currently taking computer and networking technology and plan on switching to software development. Awesome. Awesome. And then the other one was like bool, was item removed. And then the last one would be I inventory item removed item. So it's like I want all of this information after calling this method. There's a bunch of information that I want. And an option might be to make this nullable, and I don't think I like that. So I might say, I might make this nullable if this, and this would return true if the item was successfully added. Okay, and then this will be null if no item was removed, and non-null if something was removed. So maybe I just encode it that way. I just typically it's a good idea to avoid nulls, but if we do it this way, I think it'll be okay. Otherwise, I have to do something nasty like this, and I don't like that at all. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna go with this. All right, so attempts to add, let's see, attempted add. I think we can do this actually. I'm gonna do this. Try set item at. It's gonna have an overloaded like this one. All right. And it's gonna essentially do the same thing as this. Attempt to add the item to this inventory by placing it top left corner in the specified position. Returns true if it was added successfully and false otherwise. The param ref name removed is null if no item is null will be set to a value will be set to any item that was occupying those spaces previously, and null if no item was removed from the inventory. Set to an item that was the param remove will be set to any item that was removed from the inventory by adding the specified item. So does it make sense what I'm trying to do? I'm not 100% sure. Pie Dude says, hey, 'tis the cabin, hope ye sails be pushed by the winds of progress and mighty Pluter jar. They are, my friend. We're making great progress today. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're about to finish all of the interface definitions that we need, so I'm super happy about that. This documentation comment could be a little bit better. But I think I'm okay with it for now. So we have this one here where it just returns false if we couldn't add it. And then you use this one if you want to be able to ignore existing items, right? This method will fail if an item occupies any of the spaces this item requires. And this one's gonna fail if it wasn't added. Yeah, so returns true if was added successfully otherwise. So this one's just, a little kind of, it fails if there was an item already there. This one will probably only succeed if there's one item. So if you try and put it over a bunch of items, like we can't swap them all out for you. All right, so that's what we're gonna do here. Okay, I like this. Can I do everything? Oh, I can get rid of this. Can I do everything I need to do here? I can get items in there. I can check what items are inside of it. I can see whether or not it's occupied at its position. I can try and add an item in a location. I can add an item and swap it with an item that's already in there. I can remove items. I think that's everything I need to do. So my definitions are done, folks. I got these definitions done. All right, so we're thinking through that, and I think we got it. So start interface definitions, we did that. We got our item and inventory definitions done. We didn't have time. I got work in 30 minutes, so I gotta stop here. But we didn't get to implement anything. But so happy to it. We finished all of our goals. This is amazing. This almost never happens. But let's get these in here. Get status. Codex, I'm so happy. Thank you. No, Codex, thank you for all the questions, my friend. I couldn't have done it without you. Could have been. Dramok says Captain sure does like interfaces. I do. I love me some interfaces. I like my types. They make me feel. This is why I struggle with languages like Python and JavaScript, because there's no interfaces really. You can just anything can be anything. I like my type safety. I like my static types. They make me feel nice and warm and fuzzy on the inside. They make me me feel so warm and fuzzy. They make me so happy, folks. My interfaces make me happy. Don't they make you, Dramos? Don't you want the captain to be happy? Don't you want the captain to be happy, Dramos? I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I might be having a mental breakdown. I'm so sorry. Codex says, I was going to ask if you make interface for every class like a header file. Essentially, not quite, but typically if I want to use it elsewhere, I do. Codex says, we've reached the limit. It looks like it's time for me to hop off, folks.
Whoa.
That's right. Whoa, folks. We've reached the limits. John says, I like interfaces too, but I love extension methods more. Extension methods, oh, they're tasty. They're tasty. That's right, folks. Thank you all so much for being here. We're going to find someone to raid. Let's see who we got. Available for us, folks. Let's take a looky-loo. I'm looking. Jackie Codes is always doing something awesome. Oh, we're going to go. I think we're going to, let's see. How long has Ryazy been going? You're welcome, Muniz. No, thank you for being here. The stream wouldn't exist without you. Ryazy is a graphic artist. She's doing some pixel art, it looks like, in Godot. Dramo streams on the Discord. That's right, folks. I guess I should promote it, but if you're not on the Discord and you'd like to be, no pressure. Feel free to join the Discord. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go. Let's see. She's been going for an hour. Let's see. How long has Terranam gone? Terranam is also a great streamer. I love Terranam's game. Terranam's only going. We're gonna do Terranam today, folks. We're gonna do Terranam. Because that's doing Unity, specifically Unity stuff, and the game is awesome, and there's a demo of it. So we're gonna go do Terranam. I haven't done Terranam. Do a shout out. Be sure to follow Terranam. Hit that little heart. Give him some love, and then we're gonna go raid him here in a moment, folks. But thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's been an absolute joy. Oh, I forgot to give you points. We made it to the end. Add points. We finished all of our goals today, so 100 points to all of you, my folks. Have yourselves a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. We'll see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
Or something. Here we go. So what we do is, if we receive a command from the operating system to shut down, we cancel this. Oh, hello, the Captain Coder. Hey, happy cheese.